We're on time. It's nice. That's nice. Being on time is good.
Did you do it?
Yeah.
On time? I can't believe it.
2 minutes early. Takeover Tuesday. New Year's edition.
Powerful stuff.
Little
Happy New Year's, man.
Happy New Year's. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2024. Going to be a big year. Not every year is as big.
It is.
Some years you come into the year knowing it's going to be a big year, and other years you just have to discover as you go along what's going to happen, right? Like, you know, coming into 2020, we knew stuff was going down, you know, but we had no idea what 2021 was going to bring. Same thing here. 2024 is going to be a big year. So.
Very true.
Yeah. Stefan, good to see you. Smoky Bones.
Bones.
Yeah, we gotta like the stream. I gotta remember that. That's part of the New Year's plan. New Year's resolution is to remember to do stuff I'm supposed to do. Remind people to hit the like button for the stream.
Consider supporting us by becoming a member. Text-to-speech is active. Consider joining our Discord community.
There we go. Consider supporting us by becoming a member of the channel. Video. Yeah, I gotta remember all those things. Can't pay the bills if you don't grow that revenue.
True.
That is true.
Throw money, hand over fist.
Well, I mean, no dime December has come to an end. We haven't talked about that in a while. Because December's come to an end, not because the cause is over, not because the movement's over, not because things are perfect. But yeah, because December's over, and we need to talk about what the next steps are. There's been some interesting movement on the part of Plarium. I haven't heard anything directly. I don't think Jay Giggs has heard anything directly. But they did have a meeting with the content creators in the program. So that's good. Yeah. So we'll be talking more about that in the coming month. We've got to talk about the direction for the channel. We've got stuff, coming on the channel, new ideas we want to implement, new services for the community. Obviously, there's going to be new content. Some of that content has been decided upon. Most of it has not been decided upon. We'll have to see how the game evolves over the coming months. And then there's personal stuff, too. Some big stuff happened at the end of the year. We'll talk more about that as the year unfolds as well. But Sun's on a health kick. That's good for you, man. That's big. Yeah. So
it's funny.
Go ahead.
Last night I saw the picture of when I was up there to visit you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Visit you and your wife and your family. And I could tell, I was like, dang, I look a lot bigger than I do now.
Yeah.
At least it felt like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my face is bigger. It's it was kind of surprising. Surprising to see. It's wild how much of a difference it's been a month or so of doing this actively, but I was starting some of that beforehand as well, just trying to eat a little better and stuff like that. So
yeah. Well,
you made a big difference.
You made a lot of health conscious choices in 2023. This is a big year for you in terms of those kinds of changes, and that's great. That's fantastic. And yeah, I got to get on that bandwagon. I got to start making some of those decisions myself. I've always tried to be a healthy guy, but in terms of activity, my activity levels have dipped. So if we're talking about New Year's resolutions, that's another one. That's a personal one, which is that I've got to get in shape again. Every year it gets harder, so it's like
I'll hold you accountable, man.
You don't want to leave it. Don't want to leave it.
I'll message you every time I go on a walk or go do some stairs or go ride the bike.
Yeah, we've missed our Beat Saber appointments a couple of times, so I want to make sure we start doing that again. Or if you've got your regimen and you don't want to do that, then I'm good to do that on my own. But I got to do something. And like one of the things about being up here is that the weather is part of it. Like it's not really something where it's like inviting to go outside. I mean, we've had like, I don't know, 10 days of rain in the last 2 weeks. So just getting outside with the pup is disheartening enough. You go out, you're freezing, you're covered in mud. It's just like So, but I do want to be more active this year. So that's definitely a New Year's resolution. Wonder, anybody in chat have a New Year's? Whoa, chat's blown up. Anybody in chat got a New Year's resolution they want to share?
I saw Smokey Bones said that they quit smoking for New Year's. So just as a fellow former smoker, commiserating, but also congratulations, because that's freaking awesome.
Yeah, that is fantastic. Son just quit. Like what? How long have you quit now? It's less than 2 months, right? Less than 2 months?
No, yeah, it's been a month. I think I quit somewhere like in the first week of December. Maybe started the second.
Yeah.
Week.
So just about a month right now.
So good for you. It's not even been a full month, yeah.
So Smokey Bones, good for you. You might have to change your name. Right, from Smokey Bones to something else.
Nah.
But yeah, Stefan says New Year's resolution is to pull Geo Colred. No. No.
Got him, coach. Got him.
Nope. No resolution. My New Year's resolution is to ignore Geo's existence. Yeah. Yeah. We've got some resolutions. To understand this game. That's a good resolution. Hey, Neo. Good to see you.
You?
Yeah. Leslie B. Stevens, Suzanne Johansson is here. Dinky Femrel. Hey, Femrel. I haven't seen you in a little bit, buddy. Great Dane is here. Kieran Brown is here. Leslie B. says 10 years this February since I quit smoking. You can do it. Congrats. That's awesome. 10 years, bro.
Yeah.
Not smoking.
Good work, Leslie.
Yeah. Yeah, that is fantastic. All right. So I wanna get started with the takeovers right away because I can't run long today. I can't do it. Got too much stuff on the plate to do. So we want to get fired up and get these going. So as per usual, if you haven't been here before, I'll run through the rigmarole one more time. You want to join our Discord community. The link is it's in the description of this video, and it's also on the main YouTube channel. Once you're in here, you want to scroll down and you'll see a section called the Coaching Corner. In the Coaching Corner, there is a channel called Wheel of Takeover. Go to that channel. Son has put a message there. You just want to react to his message. That's all you have to do. Just react. When you react to his message, you're going to be entered in the drawing. We're going to spin the wheel in a few minutes. And that will give us our winner. If you are the winner, there are a couple of things that you want to be ready for. One is have your email address and your login, like your password information for the account ready. You're going to join the channel called Coaching Voice. Son will give you permissions. You'll join the Coaching Voice. You want to DM me your login information so I can get in. And then just tell me some things that you want me to try on your account, what you are looking for help with. So that could be everything from, dungeons or clan boss or Doom Tower to what champion to 6-star next, faction crypt help, whatever it is that you're looking for. Preferably if you were looking for some rebuilds, you have some silver. That's always good. It is a CVC right now. So. But yeah, and we want to be going kind of quick. So one of the things I'm going to start doing in the new year is I'm going to put a time limit on this. Like if people don't have their passwords and their info ready, or if I use the stuff that they give me and I can't get in, like we're gonna have ticker. I don't want to be mean about it. Like, I don't want to be mean about it, but I have sort of only so much time to do takeovers. And when it takes, 15 or 20 minutes to get into an account to get that rolling, even if the person is there, like that's tricky, because that takes away time from other takeovers. So
don't worry. I'll be the guy with the iron fist.
The hammer. Okay. You can be the bad,
I'll
bad
take
cop.
all the blade. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be the bad guy. You got 30 seconds. Get in line. Do it. Faster.
Yeah.
I don't see no DMs in Cole's inbox.
And that's the other thing. People react to the wheel and like walk away, and then they win, and they don't even respond for like 10 minutes. And it's like, what the, like if you can't be at the computer or at your phone or whatever, it can't be watching the stream. Then don't sign up for a takeover because
5 minutes.
Yeah.
And I should add really quickly for those that may have added their emoji right at the start of the stream. I hadn't reset it yet, so it is now reset. These are all brand new, fresh reactions. So if you got yours in very early, do make sure that you go back in and do so again now. Make sure that you are actually entered.
I did want to suggest something. I think we should reset all the takeovers. Can we do that easily enough, or is that like a pain to go in and redo that? I think we should reset all the takeovers for the new year.
If I'm understanding you correctly, as in everybody is then eligible.
Everybody's eligible. Yeah.
Oh, I can do that probably pretty quickly.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. Everybody is eligible. So normally we have a 90-day wait period, and we're still going to have the 90-day wait period. I'm not getting rid of that. But what I am doing is basically, if you've won in the last 90 days, we're just wiping that out. And for the new year, we're going to start. Everybody is eligible. It is only January 2nd. So everybody's going to be eligible for a takeover. If you win a takeover, you're going to get a little tag in Discord. Actually, is it a tag? It is. It's winner, right? Takeover winner. It's a roll. Yeah. You get a roll that lasts for 90 days. And then when it expires, you can win another takeover. But we're just going to reset them for the new year. And we'll probably, I don't know how many years we're going to be doing that, but we'll probably just do that every year.
So there's 29 people right now that we will reset.
29 people who
feels like a lot more than I thought.
Well, we typically try to do 3 stream, and we get in at least 4 streams a month. So we're talking about 12 people a month. So, and we did the extras on Thursdays and stuff.
So here's so I can do it right now in about 30 seconds. I can't go back if I do. So if you're 100% sure, I'll do it right now.
Yeah, go ahead and reset everybody.
All right.
Yeah, I thought about like excluding the people that won last week, but it's just too much of a headache. So
yeah,
like just yeah. All right. We do need to get some new emojis in there as well. We're going to be working on that this week. Do we have to react again? No, you just have to react once. But if you reacted too quickly, Sun hadn't reset the message. So if you want to make sure, just go ahead and react again. I'm going to give it 1 minute. We're going to pull. Actually, we'll do 3 minutes. We'll do it at 1:15. We'll pull. We'll spin, rather. Just pull. Yeah, I'm working on Fire Knight here.
Spin to throw the wheel.
Trying to grind some Savage gear. Oh, I was going to say I've got my Georgian up to 60, and holy cow!
Oh, nice,
man. He hits so crazy hard. He hits so crazy hard. There is some RNG around it. Like every once in a while, he just doesn't hit hard, and you're like, "Come on, man!" But yeah, he is just taking teams off the board. He hits so much harder than my Athel. It's not even It's like not even a fair comparison. So I'm going to hit gold 4 probably tomorrow. And then I'm assuming I'll probably hit gold 5 by the end of the week. How are reactions going? Got 20, 30? Got about 30 reactions? Okay, yeah, I just said I got to remember this. Don't forget to hit the like button for the stream, please. And then also consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. We did not hit our goal, our subscriber goal for 2023. We came close, though. We're just below 3,800 subscribers. We were hoping for 4K. But I think that's a pretty good number, though, isn't it, son? Feels like we did pretty well. Feels like we did pretty well. We are sitting at 3792 right now. So I think we were over 3750 by New Year's. All right, we've got about 30 seconds here. If anybody needs to get a last second reaction in, you should do it now. Ian, that's great. Getting your arbiter is always a big accomplishment. JB as well. Click that beautiful like button. Hoke says, yippee, I'll probably win again in May. All right. All right. I think that's enough time, son. Let's go ahead and spin it. It's 1:15. Let's get this show on the road.
All right.
Oh, late second reaction there. I saw it. One more. Spin it.
I always like to give him. I always like to watch for like 3 seconds. See, like, oh, is there one more? Is there one more? And that's it. That's the last one. It's always a sneaky devil or two that gets in there right in the end. All right, we've got our first winner.
Flamingo
with a flamethrower.
Flamingo with the flamethrower. All right. It's quite a name you got. We got 3 other people streaming live in the Discord right now. I'm like, hey, man, I'm live streaming. Right on that DM. There we go. All right. I like it. In fact, I'm not ready for it. I gotta let this Fire Night finish. But we got
all that trash talking.
We got a highly organized, highly motivated takeover winner here. Yeah, I forgot to click the button on the last run to stop the auto battles. So we'll have to wait another, I don't know, 35 seconds or something. Yeah, just let me know what it is that you're looking for help with. Okay. What I want is if you can check my clan boss team, see if there's a possibility for Ultra Nightmare. Otherwise, I won't mind a team to beat Fire Knight 20. That all looks great here. I'm going to sell that. All right, let's go ahead and check out your account. So Ultra Nightmare or Fire Knight 20. and any tips would be appreciated. I agree. Tips are appreciated. Yeah, okay. We will check it out. We will check it out. Who are you in the stream chat, by the way? Flamingo with a flamethrower. Got 38 million silver here. That's nice. Uh-oh. Oh, no, you only have a couple of dots here. You picked up a Kitus recently. And who else did you pick up recently? A Wuji. Not too bad. Both kind of fun champions, but not super interesting. All right, level 67 here. All right, level 67 here. Whoops. I want to see the login days. Close it in on 270. You're going to get your physics soon. That's exciting. You also get a couple of sacred shards here in this month, which is really nice. Let's check out the roster real quickly. Got a Geo. That's not a surprise. Every takeover has a Geo. All right. In terms of 6 stars, it looks like you have 23, but you have several that are not maxed out yet. So one of the general tips that I have for every player, and it makes more sense for free-to-play players and low spenders. You need to get the optimal scenario for the champions that you put resources into. So for instance, you've got Scylla of the Drakes here, you've got Wukong, you've got Skullcrown, you have all these great champions. These are great champions to have on your account, Ruella. Put them in Minotaur. Grind up their masteries like as you're going. So you can really get good, efficient use out of Minotaur here. So just go ahead and go to 15, put in all of the champions that are leveling up that don't have their masteries yet. So, Skullcrown, Yannicka, whoever it is that you're planning on using. Now, some champions you don't need all their masteries on. Maybe there's some champions you use for a very specific purpose and you only need a few masteries. So make sure that you have either a solo champion or a duo pair that can clear Minotaur 15. And then just get in here. A great time to do this is right now during CVC, because you get extra points for your Minotaur, which you don't normally do because there are no Minotaur events and tournaments. So during CVC, you can do that. You can also do it once CVC ends. Like in between fusions is a great time to get into Minotaur's Labyrinth and start grinding up all of that in terms of your power. So, that's just going to add value to your account. You also, you're going to get silver. You're going to do things like glyph out, champions for the builds that they're on. I would say probably you want to get Apothecary out of the lifesteal set. If this is a good lifesteal set, you want to put it on somebody else that can use it. So support champions like this would be better generally in tankier sets or faster sets or both. So for Apothecary, because he's a speed booster, generally you just want him as fast as possible. Right now he's running at 204, which is not bad. But you could probably, let's just do this real quick. Let's just see. I don't know what your gear situation is like. So let's just look here. So, in order to make him usable, what would we need out of him? To make him really good. And, it can be tricky because you have other champions that you also want to run fast. So here, Miscreated Monster is more of a tank. You don't really need him with crit rate, probably. You want him for his stuns, his heals, his ally protect. So this has a double roll into speed. Crit rate isn't something that, Apothecary, it's good to have crit rate because he can crit on his heal. So it's not a waste on him. It's a waste on a lot of supports. But on Apothecary, it's actually not. So those could be good gloves for him. Yeah, your Scylla the Drakes probably shouldn't be in crit rate gloves. She should be in, defensive base gloves. But so you could do something like that, and then we'll look for. He doesn't need accuracy. Resistance is okay on him. This could be nice. This is a fairly nice piece with HP. We need, say, something like this. This could be good. Let's take that up to 12. See if we roll into speed. Defense percentage is good on him. That's fine. And then all we need is speeds in the speed set, or speed boots in the speed set. That accuracy is a bit of a loss there, but what you could do potentially is swap these boots over to your Haikatun because she gets value out of accuracy. So this double accuracy roll would help Haikatun, and then you could put these boots on Apothecary. Now you run those boots up to 40 speed. That's an additional 14. You glyph this out. So at 14, you hit 250. You glyph this out, you're probably going to hit like 265. So you can go from 204 to 265, right? And what you're trading away really is, you're losing some accuracy, which is fine. He doesn't need accuracy. Resistance, that's the only significant loss here. You're actually picking up crit rate, which is good for him because he can crit on his heals. A little bit more defense, a lot less attack, a little bit less HP, although you'll get some of that back because when you run these up to 16 and glyph them out, you'll probably end up with more HP. You'll probably, or at least you'll end up with pretty close. So, this would be a more effective build here for Apothecary. Now, I'm not going to do this swap right now because I don't know how much you use Apothecary and how valuable he is to your account. My point isn't that Apothecary needs to be rebuilt like this. My point is, when you're in the place in the game where you are, you want to optimize the champions that you use to get the maximum effect out of them, especially if you use them in a lot of places. Or if you use them even for one purpose, then you want to make sure they do that purpose as well as possible. Apothecary is a speed booster and a healer. So make him go fast and make his heals bigger. The crit rate helps his heals be bigger. The speed makes him go faster. You don't need accuracy. You don't need, you don't need crit damage. You don't need attack. You don't care about his damage at all. Any damage that he's going to do is going to come out of Giant Slayer. So the more turns he gets, the faster he goes, the more Giant Slayer procs he's going to get. So that would be something, to consider. And then the other thing is, get your 6-star champions up to 60. Get them masteried, get them built, and use them. I mean, if you decided like, oh, I made a mistake, I invested in somebody, I don't want to, that's fine. Like you can put somebody in the vault. It's not, or, they can be a faction crypt champion. That's fine. But you have a lot of good champions here that I'd love to see at 60. Obviously, Doom Priest is close. Scylla Drakes, Sun Wukong, Skull Crown, Yannicka, Eris, Lady Annabelle is a good one. My Celiac Priest Ornn is here. So like you do have good champions to get going with. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to look for the clan boss team because that's what you asked for. So let me there's probably an update on the HH optimizer. Let me sign in here. Yeah, we'll run the installer. Because I'm just curious what the optimizer is going to say. But in terms of looking at let me see. First of all, I'll do a quick search here. Okay. All right. So, you've got some interesting champions in terms of Ultra Nightmare. You have a lot of options for speed on your team, right? You have Apothecary and High Katoon, but you also have Eris and Ruella. And then you also have Korrigar. And Korrigar adds this turn meter fill, right? So you have champions that could move you pretty fast. You also have champions that are very good for a long-lasting team. You have Skullcrusher, Geomancer, and Theodore the Savant. All of them are really good for, long-lasting tanky teams. The nice thing about Korrigar is he kind of fits into both roles, right? He can be on the side of a tanky team. He can be on the side of a kind of faster team. He's got his Ally Protect with a Strengthen, which is a great buff to get along with Ally Protect. And if you could add like an increased defense champion and you mix that in with Geomancer, maybe with Theodore. Let's see about Theodore. So I know about his AoE speed on his A1, which doesn't proc here. But let me see about the rest of his skills. So this is an increased speed buff. So actually, he does also increase your speed. Places a weaken. You've got a Brimstone on him. You got a Phantom Touch on your Geo. I mean, these four probably. Skullcrusher, Geo, Korrigar, Death, the Death Bell, and Theodore the Savant. So those four feel like a good core. Might be tricky to speed tune. And if you did speed tune, the fifth champion would probably be Doom Priest to make it full auto and full affinity friendly. Or you could say don't speed tune it and just go as fast as possible. And you could throw in probably Apothecary to make that happen, because that's going to bring you more sustain. You already have a weaken. You don't have a decreased defense though, do you? I didn't see a decreased defense. Geo brings a weaken, not a decreased defense, right? And Skullcrusher brings, no. So, do you have a decreased defense? Who's a good decreased defense champion? So, yeah, it is Ruella. Ruella also works with a speed tune, or like a speed team, like going fast team, because you fill the turn meter of all allies. Yeah, it's a weird mix of champions to a certain extent. But you have some good damage dealers. Obviously, you have Frozen Banshee. You have Myceliac Priest Ornn. They both do really well. In Clan Boss, you have Theodore. You've got Geo. So damage shouldn't be an issue. It's more about speed tuning, putting the team around them. So let's go and check. Let's go and check the optimizer. Let me actually. Oh, there we go. That's the one. Get myself a little bit out of the way here so people can see more. There we go. Okay. I'm going to upload to the website and then we'll jump over there. All right, let's look for a team for Ultra Nightmare. All right, so this is showing 12 million, 10 million. So none of these teams are great. I'm not surprised, right? Because we don't quite have the teams to really. It's kind of interesting because we do have. Let me see. We do have a lot of the turn meter champions that we would need, with the exception of Seeker. I don't think we have a Seeker. or a deacon. Yeah. So I'm kind of curious to see if there is, in fact, maybe a tune we could figure out. Actually, I guess before I do that, I should take a look at your current clan boss team. It's Flamingo. What's the account name? Flamingo Waff. Okay. I'm assuming these are both you, huh? Maybe that's your main account and this is your newer account? Or is that a friend of yours? Okay, so we're looking at 23 million a key on Nightmare, which is a nice, comfortable 2 key. I do like your team. I think the team makes sense. Let's see if we can. So, Hitatsu brings the leech, which is going to be your sustain here, which is really nice. Plus, he brings an increased defense and a decreased attack. So those are all about sustain, right? And so that's great. That works really well with Korugar, who's got the strengthen and the ally protection. So right away, this is really nice. This is a really good call on your part. Put these two in. Hitatsu is actually a great lead. He's got the increased defense aura. Now I'm looking at the speeds, and you're running probably a 1-to-1, I'm assuming. This is a pretty close to a 1-to-1. Even though you've got the turn meter fill here from Korugar, you don't have any other additional speed champions. So the trickiness with a tune like this, call it a tune, it's not a tune, call it a team comp, is that it's going to get out of sync. Because Korugar has this 30% turn meter fill. Now, the 30% turn meter fill isn't hugely necessary. You're getting extra turns, but maybe by getting extra turns, you're outrunning your buffs sometimes, and the buffs drop off, and that's why you die. However, this also is your cleanse on this particular team. So, can you replace this, or can you tune it so that the 30% turn meter doesn't break your skill synergies, like your buff cycle? That's always the tricky thing with Korugar. Now, most champions who are used for speed tuning, no, never mind. It's not most champions, but a lot of champions that are used for speed tuning have an increased speed buff with their turn meter fill. You have Apothecary, you have Haikatun, Eris, Elva, Lydia. These have. Does Lydia have a speed boost? She has a increased speed buff, right? That's going to bother me. I got to just check it. Increased speed. Yeah. Okay. Now, in this particular case, she has an increased speed without a turn meter fill. In Korugar's case, he has a turn meter fill without a speed boost. And there aren't that many champions that have turn meter fills without speed boosts that are speed tuned. Now, others do have speed boosts without turn meter fill. Mashallah is one of them, right? So he's got an increased speed, but no turn meter fill. So an increased speed boost is actually easier to account for than a turn meter fill. Turn meter fill has to happen in very predictable cycles, or it's tricky to work. Now, I don't have the math memorized. I just don't. So I rely on the website. I rely on Deadwood Jedi. So this is sort of a tricky situation, and also the optimizer can help you with this. It's like, can you do this with a turn meter filler? Now, the other thing is, let's just go back for a second. The other thing would be, if we get away from, so the counterattack here, the counterattack does a couple of things. Now, this is actually 2 ally protectors, right? So that's sort of a weird thing. They're both the same affinity, by the way. It's a strange thing, because normally what you do with Skull Crusher is you try to put up that ally protect, forcing the clan boss to pay attention to Skull Crusher, hitting him, he uses his passive to remove the stun, and then you're good. But with 2 ally protectors, typically you want them to swap off the AoEs. Like, you want one ally protector to have his up for one AoE, and then the other ally protector to have his up for the AoE, and you worry less about the stun champion. So if there's an ally protect that overlaps, great, but if not, that's fine. Skull Crusher also has an unkillable buff, so he's not going to die to the stun anyway if you can force it there. But the counterattacks, the way you're getting more damage out of the counterattacks is by proccing more War Masters and Giant Slayers. Also, if you have anybody who has a usable A1. In this case, we have several. We have the Leech from Hitatsu. We have the HP burn from Geomancer. I'm sorry, the HP burns on the A3. The decreased attack, so that's actually decreased accuracy. That's not a big one. This one's a little bit of sustain. So it's just Frozen Banshee. So it's Frozen Banshee and Hitatsu. And so the question becomes, in my mind, and I don't know the answer to this. I'm saying the question becomes, and this is something you can experiment with. Would you get more damage out of a second DPS in that spot? Right? So let's say instead of Skull Crusher, you brought in Myceliac Priest Ornn, or you brought in, one of the other good clan boss damage dealers. Let's go back to your roster and look who we could consider in that spot for Skull Crusher. Theodore the Savant. Like if we brought him in, well, he's not masteried for clan boss. If we bring in Ruella and pull out Skull Crusher, would that give us more damage? She'll give us additional turn meter fill. She'll give us another weaken. She'll bring a decreased defense. So that's an option. I think another consideration is, what if we slow down? What if we turn off Korgar's cleanse so he doesn't get the turn meter fill? And then, because it might be hard to speed tune, and then we can predict where the skills land, and then we use the ally protect, the strengthen, and the increased defense from Hitatsu to try to extend the life of this team as long as possible. And just go that route. Don't bring in another damage dealer. Or maybe bring in another, maybe do both. Are you using Theodore the Savant for anything specific? Like, is he in a specific build? I want to try something. We have a key here, so we're gonna try something. We're gonna take your core, and we're gonna add. We can't add Ruella right now, and I don't want to do that anyway. Yeah, we're gonna add some champions here. We're gonna mix this up a little bit. All right, let's add. For now, let's add Rhonda. And then we're actually going to turn off this. No. No. Wait a second. Let's just check these champions first. I want to make sure she's built. Is she built? She's built. Okay. She's running it. That's not bad. Where's everybody else running? This could be interesting. Okay. Let's do this. I may actually throw this into the speed tune in just a sec, or the calculator in just a minute, just to check it out. But so this is what I'm thinking. Let's just turn off Korgar's turn meter fill. Let's see what happens. I'm curious. All right, so I think you got 20, what did you get? 23 million a key? Something like that. So the whole goal here would be to create a team that's full affinity friendly, that can just last a long time. Now, right now, your Doom Priest is actually already speed tuned, which was kind of nice. Let me get myself out of the way a little bit. All right, so you'll notice that right now, it should be such that I think they're all within the ranges of where they need to be, so that every debuff should be removed by, not Skullcrown. Did I say Skullcrown? I meant Doom Priest. Doom Priest is speed tuned. So she should go first in the turn order. Well, okay, so she got out of order here. But it's close. So, yeah, it's not quite speed tuned. Somebody is either too slow or too fast. And it might actually be Doom Priest. She might be a little bit too fast. Because it's Nightmare, not Ultra Nightmare. That's why. She might be speed tuned for Ultra Nightmare. Yeah, so now that I'm thinking about it, these speeds, I think all these speeds work for Ultra Nightmare, not Nightmare. We could take a look at that. But so we're getting a little bit more than 500,000 damage, or yeah, little bit more than 500,000 damage per turn, which means that's not enough damage for Nightmare to go 1 key. Even if you could go like 50 turns, it wouldn't work, right? Now it may ramp up a little bit. So that's beautiful, right? When you have all of those buffs up. Yeah, so losing the counterattack may be a bigger loss. I mean, if it were perfectly speed tuned so that nobody would take a stun and stuff like that, then you'd get some of that back. But it feels like losing the counterattacks right now isn't optimal. And then obviously we have the loss of capstone masteries as well. All right, I want to check a speed tune here. All right, so one of the ways you get more damage out is by going faster, right? You get more hits in per boss turn. So I'm looking for speed tunes, but I'm also keeping in mind that really your strength is in a defensive based team, like a team that extends. You don't have an unkillable anyway, so that's good. That's fine. That's what we want. So, you know, the question becomes, does this even tune with that kind of team? I don't think it would. I think the easiest tune for that would be a 4-3. So you can get something like this. Now, I don't know if this is going to work right or not. Let me see. Yeah, so this works with Skullcrusher. You see, Skullcrusher gets a 1-1 turn, so he's going to be the stun target. Like that's what you're trying to force. The thing is, this doesn't work on Spirit Affinity. I think there's probably a 4-3. There are a bunch of 4-3 speed tunes. Here's an Eris speed tune, and I wonder if this is full affinity friendly. All affinities. It's not full auto though. It's a weird speed tune. Let me just look at that one more time. That is a weird speed tune. I mean, it comes in a tune down here, I guess. But the cleanse is happening here where 3 people have already, like, so unless you'd have to force the stun target onto the purple champion. Or onto a DPS that it doesn't matter if they lose their turn. It'd be the 165 champion, right? Yeah. So what it feels to me like, and this is like, I'm sure if we had a lot more time, we could sit there and we could theory craft and we could find something. There are things that I see. There are some possibilities that I see. I think you could potentially get a mix of 1-to-1 and 4-to-3 champions that could line up all of these defensive buffs, the increased defense, the ally protection, the strengthen. You mix that in with Geo's passive, right? And you've got a very tanky team. You could potentially force the stun target with Skull Crusher. In order to do that, I think you can't use this turn meter. So it feels like the team to try that with would be Korrigar, Geomancer, Skull Crusher, Hitatsu, and Doom Priest. That's what it feels like to me. Now, the way to make this, work would obviously be to get the full masteries on all of them. Let's see. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you would just need them on Doom Priest. But I think best case scenario, that's probably a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Like you might be able to get it to a 1-key Nightmare. The other option is to not tune it. And to go with good champions that give you a chance of doing more damage. In that case, it would be, potentially bringing in Theodore, leaving in Frozen Banshee, maybe Eris, maybe for the increased speed, but it could be Apothecary for, more turn meter fill. You turn Korrigar's turn meter back on. Theodore the Savant could really work well because of his, where is it? Increased speed buff. Yeah. So increased speed buff here. I think one way to increase the damage is to try to get a decreased defense on the team. You don't have that. Ruella gives you that with speed, like additional speed. So you could go in that direction. Or you can just honestly kind of keep iterating on what you've got. I think it's worth the experimentation. But I think realistically, a 2-key Nightmare feels pretty good for where you are. And, maybe a 3-key Ultra Nightmare is in the cards with these champions. But I would mess around and see what you could get there and try to figure out. I'll give you the bones of a speed tune, just so I'm not leaving you here without anything on the speed tune. So this is what I would probably do is I would probably go and look for either 3 4-3 champions or 2 4-3 champions. Let's pull up those 2 speed tunes and see what these look like. So this actually has a Skull Crusher already built into it. Now, the way this would probably work it might be a problem with 3 4-3 champions. So let's see. I'm just thinking about your team again. Let's look at the cooldowns. Hitatsu's is a 3-turn cooldown. Korogar is a 3-turn cooldown. Geo's cooldowns don't matter. And actually, he can go slow. We don't care about that so much. I mean, we just want him to get his HP burn up, but it's up for 3 turns on a 3-turn, right? It's up for a 3-turn on a 3-turn cooldown, Geo's? Yeah. And the weaken is up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So do we have a buff extender? Hellborn Sprite's actually not bad. She brings a weaken on the A1 and an increased crit rate. Malkev is also decent, although not really great for clan boss, but he does decrease the duration of enemy buffs, so that's not bad for clan boss. He's actually fine for clan boss, but yeah. So maybe we don't need the speed. So let's say we just look at your speed tune. Let's just do that. Let's just do the speed tune that you already have, the champions you already have. Let's just go to the calculator and throw in your team. So let me just pull this up here. Okay, so we have Hitatsu in the lead at 188. I'm not going to worry too much about the true speeds right now because I don't think it's going to matter. Geo at 183. All right. Who's next? We have Korogar at 194. We have Skull Crusher, 176. Then we have Frozen Banshee. And what is she running at? She is running at 182. All right, now I'm going to put this onto Nightmare. Okay. So if you look at it right now, this is your actual tune. And you'll notice Korogar jumps around and everybody else moves only when Korogar moves, right? Like if you look here, like, okay, you know, like this round and this round are the same because Korogar's, you know, turn meter increase doesn't go off in this rotation or at the right time. So it's just like, okay, so literally if we just turned off his A2, let's say we turned off his A2, then all of a sudden you're speed tuned. This is your speed tune. Without Korgar's turn meter fill, you have a speed tune. It is in fact perfectly in tune. Right? Now the order may not be optimized. Like you may not have the order where you want it to be. But so without Korgar's turn meter, you could potentially just get your buffs in the right spot. So what we would probably want to do here it's a little bit tricky because you really want Skull Crusher's A2 over here in the third column. So we give him a 2-turn delay for now. You can change his speed. And again, if we're going up to Ultra Nightmare, actually, let's just go look and see what it looks like in Ultra Nightmare. Okay, you have a speed tune here. Again, with the turn meter fill turned off, you have a speed tune. It stays consistent throughout. But the question is, can you get everything into the race? So there, it would probably be only a 1-turn delay on the Skull Crusher. Yeah. But unfortunately, does it matter where he is? Having Korgar at the bottom of the turn order is not bad. So Korgar is going to use his A3 in the first column. That is the Strengthen and the Ally Protect. So everybody has Ally Protect and Strengthen up in the second column because they only go once. And then it comes off in the third column. So they have the Ally Protect up for the AoE 1 and AoE 2 here. Now, the increased defense is on Hitatsu's A3, right? Yes, A3. His A2 is his decreased attack. But his A3 is his increased defense. So I would see Hitatsu shouldn't be at the top of the turn order because he's buffing Korgar here. Skull Crusher's Ally Protect doesn't really matter. He's just there for the unkillable and the counterattack. So what I would probably try to do is I would probably try to get Skull Crusher going. Well, Skull Crusher can't. If you want it full auto, you need Skull Crusher slower than the boss. But you could run him at 189. The only issue is then you basically lose the counterattack. Right? So if you ran him slow, you'd get 1 turn of counterattack on some people. But yeah, you're not even getting a lot of value for this counterattack. Because he's not actually like, so where is he? What speed is he actually at? This is the tricky thing about Skull Crusher's counterattack. So he's running at 176. So even though he puts up the counterattack, you'll notice like it's up on 3 champions here. For the AoE 1, Hitatsu, Geomancer, and Frozen Banshee. Those are who you want it up on, by the way. You want it up on those 3 champions. So you only get it here. And then in the middle, you don't actually get a counterattack at all. So you get, like, out of his entire 2-turn duration buff, you get a grand total of 3 counterattacks. Because he takes the stun, You know, like the better, if you wanted to get value out of a counterattack, you would want to put him where Korugar is. Like at the bottom of column 1, he could put up his counterattack. So the AoE one hits, everybody counterattacks. Then it stays up through the middle column, and the AoE 2, everybody counterattacks again. And you're getting there, you would be getting 8 counterattacks instead of 3. So you're only getting 3 for Skullcrusher right now, which almost indicates to me, like, why have him other than forcing, you know, the reason is to force the stun. But, you know, you might have more luck just going full affinity friendly with the Doom Priest, who also brings you an increased attack, you know, which is going to give you a little bit more damage. But still, this is speed tuned, and this is in a pretty good spot. I think what I would say here is Hitatsu is in the wrong spot. You'd probably want to, you know, you'd want to slow him down. Preferably, if you could get him just behind Skullcrusher. I mean, you could speed Skullcrusher up. Let's see, how fast can we go with Skullcrusher? 180, go to 181. So then here, what you could say is put the increased defense up. Probably, if you put the increased defense up, all right, that's the A3, right? Let's say we switch the priority on these. And gave it a 1. There it is. So now it would go up here. I'm also thinking about the continuous heal. Are we wasting the continuous heal if we put it up here? So if we put an increased defense up here and the strengthen for the ally protect, that's the AoE one. The increased defense will be up for everybody except Korugar on the next turn. If we do it the other way, where we put it in the middle, Hitatsu's increased defense would be up on the AoE 2, but not on the AoE 1. But you would have the continuous heals then. I still think it's probably better this way. Wait, what's this? Yeah, like this. Yeah, okay. So increased defense and strengthen up for AoE 1. Just the strengthen up for AoE 2. And then, yeah, you have that. You still have the counterattacks on Hitatsu, Frozen Banshee, and Geomancer, which is exactly where you want them. All right, so all we would have to do is speed Skullcrusher up we don't even have to speed Skullcrusher up a little bit. He can. Oh, wait, this is. Yeah, Skullcrusher is running at 176. He could still run at 176. Yeah, that would be fine. That's actually what we like. Okay, so let's see if we just make those small tweaks. Maybe we can make those small tweaks in game and see if we can get some value out of it. All right, so this is basically this, but we're just turning this off. All right, you've already turned this off. And you've already done that. This is all you. So maybe you've already done this. So you've basically already done this. Yeah, the only thing I think would be valuable is dropping Hitatsu down so that he's not first in the turn order. you actually want him going third in the turn order. So he needs to be the fourth fastest champ, I think. Yeah, he needs to be the fourth fastest champ. I think that's the only major difference. $183. And you have him in. He's at what, 188? And we want him to get down to 181 if we can. That's nice. Those are good rolls. That's where we want them. All right. So if we did this, get him down to 183. I mean, one of the things that I'm noticing here is you're high on the accuracy count. You don't need to have this much accuracy on Hitatsu. So potentially we could put him in a defensive banner. You don't have one. All right, never mind. All right, let's say what's he running at? He's running at 188. Is that where he is? 188, but we can take off this banner. We could potentially put him in that banner. We'll put him in this banner. That would get him down to 183. And then if we just speed up Geo and Frozen Banshee by 2 each, that works. The tune works, still stays the same. So let's try that. Let's just see. Let's glyph her into. Need 2 more speed on her. Let's just do it with. We'll just make it nice and easy. We'll just go with 1 speed on a couple of things if we can. Okay. Now she's running at 184. We want Geo running a little tiny bit faster. All right, so now if we look at that same setup, Itatsu's 183, Geo's 185, Skullcrusher's 176. So that should be this tune now. 183, 184, 185. Yep, that's this speed tune. Let's run it again. Let me just make sure about the skills. So prioritizing the A2. Yeah, but I think what we want to do is we want to open with this. Depends if we're doing Nightmare or not, right? If we're doing Ultra Nightmare, we do. And if we're doing Nightmare, okay, so Skull Crusher. All right, so I think we're going to try Ultra Nightmare. So we got to delay this by 1 turn. So if we go into Ultra Nightmare, this is what the speed tune's going to look like, right? So we want to delay Hitatsu's skills each by 1 turn. So we're going to have Hitatsu open with his A1. And that means we're going to get the A2 to come up in column 1. You can see it right here. And then we have a 1 turn delay on Skull Crusher so that so we're forcing the A1 there. I think everything else is fine. We turned off Korgar's A2. Yeah. The only thing I'm worried about is the poison sensitivity. So we want to make sure that goes up at the right time. So preferably she has a counterattack here in the first column. We want to make sure the poison sensitivity is up when she has her counterattack. That's going to get more poisons out there. So she should probably do her A3 on turn, like in the third column. So if we delay, but this is off, basically. That doesn't matter. So if we delay it by one turn, it's going to be there, and then she'll have it up on the counterattack. So let's do that as well. So here we're just going to, actually, you don't have to do this. This can be default, and we're just going to open with that. And I mean, this will be off anyway, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's see. I mean, I have no idea what this is going to do in terms of like total damage, but it should be tuned. So this is, let's get into Ultra Nightmare. And let's try it. Let's see how much damage you do. Okay, so that one turn. So Geo opens there. We're going to have an A1 here. Hitatsu, I believe, does his A1 as well. We get the leech out. This is going to be another A1. Korogar, I think it's going to be an A1, right? No, it's, oh, that's where the ally protection comes in. Okay. So let me just double check this to make sure that happened in the right spot. So no, it didn't. Why did it happen? Why did it happen there? I actually felt like it did go in the right spot. So it should. That was AoE 2. That was the wrong spot. Okay. Sorry. Nobody's seeing. All right. So yeah, just gotta try that again. I think we delayed the Korgar's A1 the wrong way. Or A3 the wrong way. Gotta click the red dots. There we go. Ooh. All right. Yeah, Korgar should not open with the A1. Should open with the A3. Okay. That's all. That was the only mistake, I think. All right, so Korgar will open with the Ally Protect, and then we'll get the AoE from the boss. Great. All right, so now Geo should put out the HP Burn. Frozen Banshee A1s. Tatsu A1s. We didn't get the leech this time, that's okay. Skull Crusher A1s. Now we get the A1 from Korgar, and then the boss goes. So we have the Ally Protect up for both AoEs. Now, I don't know what Geo's going to do here. Probably A2. Yeah. Now we should get the poison sensitivity. We'll get the increased defense. No, the increased defense was already out, right? Wait a second. Tatsu didn't do his A3. Right, Hitatsu did his A2, didn't he? Because his A3 would have been the increased defense. Did we do the increased defense? Yeah, it should have been the increased defense here. No, let me look at Hitatsu for a second. I'm confused about Hitatsu's skills. His A3 is his increased defense, which already went up, right? So it should have been the decrease attack, which we have. It's the decrease attack. That's what it was. That's what it was. Okay. All right. So that was correct then. There's the counter attack. And so he took the stun. He's going to cleanse that when it's his turn next. And there we get the increased defense for the next AoE and the ally protect with the counter attack up on 3 champions. We should get extra poisons out here. And that should be it. Okay. So that looks like the tune. Looks like the tune. So the AoE one will be really protected. Unfortunately, we can't get that. We can't get the continuous heals at the right time. But we do have the leech out there. Whoa. Wait a second. Atatsu just took the stun. That was on what turn? Turn 5. And Skull Crusher's skill did not go off. Skull Crusher's A2 should have gone off. Right? The A2 here goes off right in this section right here. Let's see what happens with the next turn. Did he not do it yet? Yeah. So there it goes. Now it's going off too late. Does he lose a turn? His cooldown doesn't go. Is that what happens with Skull Crown? Skull Crusher is the reason he got stunned, and even though it's removed, he still loses the cooldown. Is that what happens? Does anybody in chat know that? He loses the cooldown. All right, so we don't even get that benefit then. We would have to actually speed tune him at a 4-3 to make that work. Okay, so if we go back to the speed tune. Sorry, you don't need to see that. We need to see this. So he's getting stunned and losing. He's losing his cooldown. I thought because he cleansed it, he didn't lose his cooldown, but he cleanses it and loses the cooldown. So you'd actually need him running at a 4-3. Now there is a 4-3 team. I'm trying to think if it would be, so there's this, right? And so you can get a single 4-3 like that. But you would just want that to be Skull Crusher. So let's see if, where's our speed tune here? Let's say if we just sped him up, can we get it to the point where he is just at a 4-3? It's probably over 220. Typically, that's where they happen. He's got one 4-3 up in the corner there. There it is. No, it falls off there. It's almost there. It must be that we're running too fast. Yeah, okay. It's possible to find that tune. But here's the bigger question then. Is if we go back to the roster, can we plug in Skull Crown instead? Which we might be able to do. So she is currently running at 201. Doom Priest. I don't know why I say Skull Crown for Skull Crusher and I say Skull Crown for Doom Priest. I don't know why. So let's look at the if we ran her at 189, we could get it full affinity friendly here. And then the question is, what do we do with Hatasu? Do we put him back in this spot? Or do we move him over to this spot? Because without the counterattacks, we don't care as much. But we could let him do his A3 here. So we would have a strengthen up. We would take some damage. Then we would get an increased attack up with the strengthen up on the second AoE, which would take less damage. But then since we took some damage, we'd be able to get some sustain out of that. That would probably be better. And we drop Doom Priest down to 189. So how do we drop Doom Priest down to 189? Can we drop Doom Priest down to 189? Wow, she's running fast. Oops. Got a triple speed roll on her gauntlets there. That's very nice. That's a pretty good build for her, too. I don't actually want to slow her down. So we need to bleed 12 speed out of her. That's a lot. We're not going to get 12 speed out of her. Unless we break the set. The resistance doesn't matter on her, by the way. Typically, you don't care about resistance. She doesn't need resistance for anything. Her passive goes off whether she's stunned or not, and she's never going to like do more than just attack if she's not stunned, right? She doesn't like have it's an increased attack buff. That's all she's going to get. So let's maybe look into something like this. Just see. Probably have a lot of these. So we need to get her. We need to lose 12 speed. If we lost a little bit more than that, we could probably glyph it back, right? So if we lost 4, that wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, let's do that for now. And then Can't run her at 190. She's got to run at 188 or 189. Let's see if she can run at 187. She can probably run at 187. Just need her to be second fastest. Yeah, 187 works. Okay. All right, so we broke the set for that, but let's see. Oh, yeah. Let's come back in here. Last try. Let's do this. So we're going back down to this one. And let's set this up. So Hitatsu. Sorry. We're going back to this one. So Hitatsu comes in with his... Now he's just set up normally, I think. He doesn't have to do anything. So we turn off his... Yeah, so he's good. Geo's fine. Geo typically is going to open with this. So we're just going to have him open with that. Korrigar, we're turning off that. That should be fine. Now, because of no counterattacks, it doesn't matter where Frozen Banshee does that. And then, yeah, we don't care about this either. So it's an easier tune because I think, I don't think you have to do it, put in anything. We have to prioritize anything differently. Doesn't look like it. So literally all we have to do is turn off Korrigar's A2. And then we can have Geo open like that. Okay, let's see what happens here. All right, so it should be... Korrigar should go with the A3. Doom Priest went. Oh. Whoops. That was a Nightmare, not Ultra Nightmare. Little mistake. Okay, now let's start. So just start A3 Korrigar. Yes, then attack. Good. Now Doom Priest goes. Perfect. We put up ally increase attack. We get Geo's A3. Beautiful. Probably poison sensitivity here. Yep. I think here we now get the increased defense. Yep, we get the increased defense. A1. Attack. Should be Skull Crown next. The cleanse. Not Skull Crown. Doom Priest. Doom Priest. I don't know why. I can't help it. It's been like 2 years I've been saying this. Doom Priest goes next and cleanses. And now we'll get some A1s. A2 there. A1 here. Those are poisons. Now we get the decreased attack. That's a good question. Maybe we want to land that decreased attack in a different place. Maybe not. No, it should be fine. It's up for 2 turns. The question is, do we want it for both AoEs or do we want it for the stun target? So that could potentially be a little tweak. We could see that. But this looks like it'll run. So the question is, how much damage will you get? I don't know. It really depends on the length of the team, like the length of the survival, but this is basically your tune. We just tweaked the tune a little bit to get a little bit more synergy out of it. No counterattacks will probably drop the damage a little bit, except so like if you could figure out Skull Crusher's 4-to-3 ratio to get him in there, you'd probably have to tweak the speeds a little bit of other champions, unfortunately. You could potentially still have the counterattacks, but it wouldn't be full affinity friendly, right? So this one is full affinity friendly. And it looks like Korgar's taking the stun, but he doesn't have any buffs up when he takes the stun. So the stun is going to be what kills him. He does get a decent amount of healing. That time he had the buffs up. Why did he have the buffs up? There are the buffs. That's the AoE 1. Increased defense. AoE 2. Stun. Oh, he just had the shield. That's all he had. Okay. So this is going to go for a decent amount of time, I think. Moving the decrease attack, like having the decrease attack on the stun since he doesn't have any buffs up is actually maybe the move. That might actually work out for us because he doesn't have any buffs up when he gets stunned. So having that decrease attack up, although it wasn't up that time. I don't know if he got 3%ed. Let's see, where's the decrease attack? It should come out on the next turn, I think. Oh, the problem is we're filling up the debuff bar. The debuff bar was full when the decrease attack came out, so we didn't get the decrease attack. I don't think we're going to go too many more rounds. There's a decrease attack, but now Skull Crown's down, and now it's broken, so... Yeah, so it looks like, maybe you can squeak a little bit more out of Nightmare. Maybe you can squeak, maybe you could find a 4-key in this for Ultra Nightmare right now. I mean, you have Theodore, you have these other champions. I think the Ally Protect and the increased defense and all that was a really nice call. I think it was a good try. But I think the problem is going at these speeds to have those defenses up all the time is problematic. So one thing you could try to do is go faster with a buff extender. You could also try to speed tune it so that you get a situation where the buffs come off in a timed way, like where they come off and then they get applied at the end of the speed tune. I'll show you what I mean by that again, just so you have something concrete to kind of look at. So sometimes you'll have a situation like, let's see. Oops. You'll have a situation where, let's say you're going for a 2-to-1. We don't want an unkillable. Probably one of the older ones, like the White Whale. All right, so you can see the speed requirements are a lot higher for this kind of speed tune. But all right, so if you look at this scenario, right, this is a little bit trickier. But if you look when the speed tune comes into tune, what happens here is Frozen Banshee, it doesn't matter who the DPS, it doesn't matter what the spots are, but if you're just looking at the green bar, right, okay, so at the green bar is going in the same spot every time. The purple bar is going in the same spot every time. Now, the purple bar has to be Sandlash Survivor or a buff extender, right? Because that's That's what's happening here to make this work. You need the buff extender here. But because you get Frozen Banshee in the same spot every turn, right? And because she's on a 6-turn, like this isn't even going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work because Sandlash is in the wrong spot. If Sandlash were where Marked was, then maybe it would work. Let's see if one of these tunes, these tunes are really tricky to get to work, but sometimes this will work. No, this one tunes poorly. About this one and this one. Here you go. Okay. So this is how you can make a tune like this work. This actually is almost perfect. So probably in this case, what we would do is, can you see that whole thing? You can, okay. Yeah, all right. So in this case, what we've got 3-4-3 champion. Right? So purple is going on a 1-1 ratio. That's the current Skull Crusher on a 1-1 ratio. And then the Razin Scarhide is going on a 1-1 ratio. That's the orange bar. But once you get going, blue and yellow go twice in the first column. Green goes twice in the second column. Everybody goes once in the third column. This, by the way, is a speed tune that you could use with Emic Chunkheart to go unkillable. So if you have Emic Chunkheart, you can run him with a Man-Eater. You can run him with a Demitha. You can run him with a Warcaster. You can run him with any other champion. If you have an Emic Chunkheart, this is a speed tune that you can go unkillable with. Now, obviously, you don't have that here, but what I'm saying is anybody who's watching, this is the tune. This is the tune you want. What you would do here to go unkillable with Emic would be you would run Emic in spot 1, I think, and you run, let's say you run Man-Eater here. No, it's the other way around. Sorry, I think it's Man-Eater here. Okay. And so what you can see is Man-Eater does his A3, which is unkillable at the bottom of AoE 1. And then you just have to delay. There you go. All right, and that's all you have to do. That's literally all you have to do. So you get Man-Eater here, who gives you the unkillable at the bottom of column 1. and that lasts for the AoE 1. Emic gives it at the bottom of column 2, and that gives you column 2, the AoE 2, it makes you unkillable. And no, did I do this backwards? I think I still did this backwards. I do think it's the other way around. I do think it's the other way around because you want to go full affinity friendly. Yeah. All right. So I've got it. Sorry. I've got it. I swear I've got it. Okay. So there. Yes. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, sorry. So Emic gives you the unkillable column 1. Maneater gives you the unkillable and block debuffs on column 2 because everybody's only going once in column 3. Everybody is covered for the slow, so full affinity friendly. Everybody's covered for the stun, so full affinity friendly. So at this point, you can just bring in 3 DPS. One of them is going to be running at 4-3, and 2 of them are going to be running at 1-1, which is not a lot of speed. But if you get like counterattacks or something like that, you can get more out of that. So Emic and Maneater are taking up 2 of the 4-3 slots, and you have 3 of them. So, you want to put your best damage dealer or the one who needs the extra turn in as the third champion who goes 3 times. So that would be the yellow champion, Steel Skull in this case, right? So this would be great. But this works with 2 kind of ally protectors as well, or 2 champions who you need on like a 4-turn cooldown, right? So if you have that, and you can do it with other stuff, but in this particular case, what would happen is, let's say we were trying to go for, yeah, it would have to be, I think it would have to be here. Is that tune? Oh, we got to take Emic out of this though, because he messes everything up. Okay. So that's interesting. This actually tunes with Korrigar using his increase, his turn meter fill, and you still get 3 4-3 champions. That's actually interesting. So you could just turn it back on. If you turn it off, you also tune. You tune differently. So you could decide which tune is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get 18 attacks there. And if you do this, you get 7, 6, and 5. You still get 18 attacks. No, you get more. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. No, you get 18 attacks. 7, yeah. So either way, you get the same number of attacks, but you can actually figure out where you want to land your skills. So in this case, it's more predictable. So what you would do here is try to, now the ally protect is the problem here. So this is the one we'd want. Yeah, this doesn't work as well because of, so the A2 is a Korrigar. Oops, let me pull up the account again. I guess I dropped the account somewhere. But so getting 18 attacks instead of 15 attacks is just like, more damage there, right? The more attacks you can get in, the better off you are. Also, this allows you to bring in 4-turn cooldown champions. But so I think the Maneater in this particular case would be the Skull Crown. That's, God, Skull Crusher. And so he's actually on a 4-turn cycle, even though he's going to lose that. He's going to lose that turn. So what you want, I think, is so he would have to not take the first. Oh, we have Doom Priest. It doesn't matter. He doesn't lose it then. Then you can have him on the 3 turn. But yeah, this would be without Doom Priest, I guess. Doom Priest, yeah, she's not here. So I don't know who we're putting here. Putting Kale here for right now. I don't care. All right, so the way that this is going to work in the speed tune, you have to count for this yourself. If Skullcrusher gets stunned on the first stun, and you can do this based on affinity and turn order, like where you put him in the turn order. If he gets stunned on the first stun, he loses his cooldown and it gets pushed 1. It goes 1 further. If he doesn't get stunned, then it lands where it's supposed to land on this turn. So here at turn 5 in this block, if he hasn't been stunned yet, this A2 goes up here, forcing him to get stunned. Once he gets stunned, right, it won't wander anymore. You can see that the A2 moves around, but it won't. It'll always be in the same place because it basically reduces it from a 3-turn cooldown to a 4-turn cooldown. And if you want to see that, you can always do this, right? You can just make it a 4-turn cooldown and then put it in the right spot, and you'll see that it'll always stay there. So it's like if you put it here, now it always stays there, right? It's always at the bottom of this column, right? Because if it's on a 4-turn cooldown, which effectively it is, if he gets stunned, then that's where it's going to stay. So by doing this, depends on if he gets stunned the first turn or not. So you can figure that out with turn order and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm way afield here. I've wandered so far afield here. I feel like this has been a theoretical exercise that hasn't actually helped anything. You have a Fire Knight 20 team. Will Razin help a lot for your clan boss team? Razin brings a weaken and a decreased defense. Right, decreased defense and a weaken. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, so he can run it a 1-to-1. And then you're, I mean, it's up for 2 turns. So if you don't have a debuff extender, you can run him faster, and then you'll have more uptime. But yeah, he would increase your damage. He would definitely increase your damage. The Fire Knight is not consistent. Gotcha. I'll set you up a team. It's not built yet, but I'll set you up a team that'll work for you. The question is, where's the Ruella? Is she in the... Yeah, she's in the vault. All right, let's pull her out of the vault. So the issue with this team is that it might not have enough wave clear. Especially at 20, it might not have enough wave clear. So Ruella's all single target. So with this team, you've got 2 slows of different affinities, which is nice. 1 strong affinity, 1's weak affinity for 20. But like as you go up, you could potentially use this. You've got 2 turn meter boosters. Unfortunately, you got 2 speed boosts, but you could cycle them so that they're up more often. You've got the tons of hits on the A1s, right? So you've got a 4 hitter, a 3 hitter, a 3 hitter, and then 1s. But these 2 champions have slows. Actually, you have 3 slows here. You have some AoE wave control with Sill of the Drakes. This is maybe it's overkill here with the High Katoon. Maybe we don't need the High Katoon. I mean, I didn't want to get rid of the Speed Orb. Maybe we don't need the Apothecary. And that triple hit's hard to remove. But maybe we've got somebody who adds some wave clear, who's got... Oops, let's go back. So you could bring in Trunda. You could bring in Rhonda. Rhonda would work really well, depending on how hard she's hitting. Rhonda could do the job. That might be it. You know what? This is not how I would typically build a team for this, but you get rid of the weak affinity slow. Now you've still got 2 strong affinity slows. You got 1, 2, 3 turn meter decreasers. And just bring in Rhonda for extra hits on the A1 and wave clear. Like, this team might do the job. Now let's see. Is Ruella built at all? Did you even put gear on her, or she's not even built yet? She's got gear. Let's see, how fast is she running? 189. Okay. Let's look at Accuracy 157. That's not enough. We know he's running fast. A little bit slow here. And this can get faster with the speed boots. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Is Cold Heart speed tuned for anything? That's a beautiful piece. All right. I think we can build her a lot better. Come on, crit rate. Okay. Good. That's perfect. That's gorgeous. Okay. Let's do this. So I think we need... All right, so I'm trying to get her faster and more accurate. I'd like to get the accuracy up above 250. I'm going to take this all the way up, I think. Okay. And I'd like to get her speed... I'd like to get her speed up around 200, which would be really nice if we could do that. I don't know if we're going to be able to do that or not. But this looks really nice. All right. So you still have more HP you can get back here. And this is not insignificant. So she's lost a little bit of HP, but not much. She's lost a tiny bit of attack, but not much. We're going to get some of that back. And then we've got some speed. Got a lot more accuracy here. We got more crit damage. Let's go ahead and glyph up some of this stuff. Let's do 3-star glyphs there. 3-star glyphs there. Do a 4-star glyph there. Yeah, it's fine. Let's do this one. This is really nice. Let's do a 5-star glyph there. Nice, max. And one here, 4-star there, I guess. Oh, that's ugly. Come on, there we go. Okay. So we lost a little bit of HP, but you're going to get that back here. I think you're going to end up with more HP once this is at 16. Attack's about the same. Defense is about the same. I mean, they're 10 off, right? 20 off. You picked up 25 speed, which is much better. A little bit of crit damage, which is nice. And a lot of accuracy. Now this accuracy is going to work everywhere. So you're not going to miss anymore, like on your accuracy. Oh, I should check one more thing. Let's just check the... Yeah, that's fine. But you can still get some more accuracy out of that. Right? You can still glyph for more accuracy. You could definitely get over 300 accuracy. You've also got a little bit of sustain with the immortal set there. I mean, if you could find like a crit damage set for those pieces or a cruel set for those pieces, that would be even better. But yeah, so this is going to be kind of funny because I don't know if Ruella will probably just die if we don't clear this way. But let's just see this. We got tons of energy. Let's go ahead and see what this does. All right, so yeah, let's just run it. I should have... Nah, they're going to die. We're not getting enough damage out there. Okay. Yeah, this isn't gonna work. But I do think that, you know, we could potentially find a team around this team that does work. And so maybe like this instead. Ooh. That's a squishy Syl. I should have checked Syl's build. Let's check Syl's build. Syl of the Drakes. Right, I forgot about these gauntlets. Okay. Got some good gauntlets for her potentially. So right now I'm thinking about these immortals with the accuracy and HP. And I'm thinking about these retaliations with the speed and defense. That's nice. I'm thinking about the speed with the accuracy, HP, and resistance, which is nice. This accuracy with speed and resistance is also not bad. So, you know, if we just went with this, where is it? That one wouldn't be bad. Where's this one? All right, again, getting her resistance or her accuracy up is good. Let's look at boots. All right, so she's got, let's see, these 3 pieces, right? Speed, accuracy, and defense, which is nice. Defense, accuracy, speed, HP is pretty nice. And what's the chest plate? Defense. Okay. Defense, nice. Roll accuracy. Beautiful. Do it again. I'm taking these up to 16. Oh, look at that. That was gorgeous. That was gorgeous. Let's take this up to 12. All right. So here you go. This is much better for Syl, right? So right now, you've added 5,000 HP. Great. Bigger heals for herself. You've added 300 defense. Great. We've added 7 speed. We've lost damage, which is fine. We don't care. Added a little bit of resistance and added a bunch of accuracy, and that's going to make her much stronger. Let's go ahead and also let's take a look at some. These are nice. Let's see if we land a good roll into these. That's a miss. These are even nicer. These are really good. You don't miss here, so. Go one more roll. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's try that on. What about the amulet? What's she wearing? HP with accuracy, which is not bad. Yeah, that's probably fine. And then what's she wearing is that she's wearing accuracy. Hmm. Don't want to lose the accuracy. But like this is a beautiful defensive, and it's got a counter attack. It's got a. This is really nice. She would be giving away 50 accuracy right now. She's probably where she needs to be, actually. See how we roll. Let's see how we roll. Speed. We're up to 3,400 defense. We've still got defense in her chest piece, still got defense in her gauntlets. We're at up to 40,000 HP. Still at 268 accuracy, and we can glyph 1, 2, at least 2. We could probably glyph her to 300. And speed-wise, we can get her over 200. Yeah, this is really nice. This is a great banner, and you can still roll this up a little bit more, obviously. Over 40,000 now. Let's try to get to... see what we can do here. We don't care about the attack. Where are we? 198. This is a beautiful piece. Perfect piece for Syl. There we go. 202, 41,000 HP, 3,500 defense, 288 accuracy, and you still got more to go. You're going to get her up to about 4K defense on this. That's a beautiful Syl at 4K defense, you know, with over 40,000 HP. I mean, you'll probably, like, as you get stronger gear, you'll probably get her up around 55,000 HP, something like that. She's still got a couple of levels too, right? She's only level 46. So she's still got to pick up base stats. Like, you're going to get multipliers all over this place. So you're going to end up with more than 4K defense, 50,000 HP. You know, you're going to end up over 300 accuracy. Probably she's going to max out maybe around like 215 speed, somewhere around there, which is good for now. You can definitely get her faster with a better banner. You could also get her 6-star speed boots at some point, although these are beautiful boots. If you get lucky and you ascend into these, I'm going to do it. Come on. Oh, HP percent's not bad, though. So that's a beautiful bill on Syl of the Drakes. Now she's going to be so useful in so many more places. So for Fire Knight, let's go back in just for a quick sec. I think this team could potentially do the job. You can also... you have a couple of options here, actually. I mean, I do think Trunda could do a lot of wave clear for you. You could also kind of go defensive and tanky, but one of the things that I'm looking for is ally attack. You have an ally attack anywhere? You don't. Okay. Yeah. So, you know, Ruella, Syl of the Drakes, and Coldheart are probably enough on their own to deal with the Fire Knight. Like in terms of breaking the shield and then turn meter reducing, right? Because you've got you got two different slows from two affinities. You've got 100% turn meter decrease. You've got the turn meter decrease on Scylla Drake's A1. You've got turn meter decrease from Ruella. As long as the team is running fast enough, this could be enough. You could also potentially, let's see. Yeah. I mean, the issue right now is wave clear. And you might potentially be able to bring in a champion that can help you with wave clear who doesn't really do all that much else. Like, you probably have enough. So you could do maybe something like, you could do this. That might be enough. How's your RTAC built? 182. Good accuracy. Yeah, he could be faster, but he's not bad. And then High Katoon, I think we said was running pretty fast, right? Yeah, 212, but she can still get faster. So this team could potentially just, I mean, the downside of this with RTAC is he's weak affinity at 20. So maybe this would be better. Because Theodore is great at waves. He's got the AoE slow, which is really nice. That can actually help your team quite a bit. And then he's got poisons on all. I mean, this might be really nice. He's got the brimstone. You know, you got 4 slows on this team right now. You don't need 4 slows on this team. But I don't want to get rid of the speed aura. I mean, another champion you could do like this. You could bring in this created monster. He's actually got a double hitter on his A1, I think, right? So that's nice. He's got the AoE stun. You know, this could be a good way to go. He'd need more accuracy, but I kind of like this team. Again, he's weak affinity though into those waves, and Theodore's strong affinity. So that might be better. I mean, Geo is great for a team, especially if you're not going to be able to turn meter control the boss. But I might try this. Could see if this works. Again, once Ruel is built, this will be, better. Get those slows, those stuns out there. Get the turn meter decrease. We can get slows. Like, Ruel is going to die here, but now that Syl is tanky, she's just going to bring her back up, and then, ooh. Yeah, that was a hard hit. All right, so we got through that wave. I don't know, is your Scylla the Drake booked? Is she booked out yet? Look how good Scylla's doing right now. She's a freaking boss. I mean, no lie, right now, 2 champions are carrying this. It's Theodore and Scylla the Drakes, and she's level 46. And I don't even know if she's booked yet. All right, so let's just make sure we get in here in the right way. All right, so we're going to do the speed increase. We'll just use that. Oh, we could have used the double hitter. That would have been smart. Use the 4-hitter. Triple hitter. We got some turn meter decrease. Let's get some more turn meter decrease if we can. We did. No slow, unfortunately. Well, she is weak affinity. Let's get the increased speed here. And there we go. And I'll just auto it the rest of the way. So here you go. You got a level 2 Ruella, a level 46 Scylla the Drakes, who I think may or may not be booked. May not be booked. This team should do well. You get the slow out there, and the boss will never go. So, yeah. We did a couple of rebuilds here. I spent, I don't know, an hour and a half or 2 hours on that clan boss, and we got no progress there. So I'm sorry about that. I do think you have really good champions. I think the tune that you already have, you can eke a little bit more out of, but realistically, you're going to have to wait for another champion to speed tune with. Like a man-eater would be really good for your clan boss team, I think. Like one man-eater. If you got one man-eater, you could be in pretty good shape. You know, or Demitha. Demitha would be really good for you because you already have what you need to make Demitha work. Yeah, see, the interesting thing here about Theodore is his job is really just to get you to the boss, and then against the boss, he doesn't do as, I mean, he does some damage, but he doesn't do all that much, you know? I mean, the nice thing is he does have some, where is it? Instantly activates any poison debuffs on the H. So he does do damage based on that, and he does place a weaken, actually. So never mind, he probably does some decent damage against the boss. But again, he's just handling that wave for you. So definitely better than Rhonda. Strong affinity as opposed to Rhonda, who's weak affinity. Brings you that increased speed, poison sensitivity, the weaken, and the decreased speed AoE. So yeah, still has the brimstone. Just a better choice. Just a better choice than the Rhonda. But yeah, I think that let me take a quick look at your Scylla the Drakes. I didn't check her books. Yeah, she's not booked yet. And she doesn't have her complete masteries. So, you know, this champion still has a lot of power to gain. But this build is a great build for her now. I mean, she's going to be crazy strong for you. She's going to be an all-around carry for your account. You have some great champions to mix her in with, too. Like, she and Korgar are going to do tons of work together. These two champions in wave content, you know, the cleanse here, she doesn't bring the cleanse, right? The turn meter fill, ally protect and strengthen buff, like they're just going to be an unkillable duo. I like them with Hatatsu. I like them with Artak. I like them with Theodore the Savant. Like, it's not going to be fast, but you can get into Doom Tower and do some crazy, stupid stuff. You climb up through, let's see where you are on normal. You're doing pretty well. But, you know, I would actually probably bring Ruella here too, by the way. Once you have Ruella built, I'd probably bring her here too. Right, like this, I mean, you just pair these two and they're going to cruise through content. Korgar is really good support champion. Scylla the Drakes is a really excellent support champion. And they basically, the two of them have all of the support things you need, right? They have a cleanse, they have a heal, they have like, you know, decreased speed, they have an ally protect, they have a strengthen buff. Like, you know, you get so much survivability. You get turn meter fill. You get like so many things that you need. Yeah, they're going to cruise for you. Revive. She has a revive. I mean, look how little damage they're taking right now. So I think the goal for you here is, your clan boss team, you can iterate on and try to tweak, and maybe you can get like a 4-key Ultra Nightmare with what you've got. But I think realistically, you're in a position now where you can make a lot of gains in a lot of places. You have champions to get level 25 of all the dungeons. You have all the champions you already currently need. Ruella is a great champion for your account. I would certainly think about building her out in the near future, if not next. I would probably, so that Drake's doesn't always have to be booked, but I would think about putting books into her. Eventually, you'll want her booked. So she's so strong and she's an all-around carry. She's going to get you, progress in Doom Tower. She's going to get you progress in Centranos. She's going to get you progress in dungeons. She's going to get you progress in faction crypts. She's going to get you progress everywhere except clan boss. She'll get you progress in Hydra. So, focus on her for a bit and then think about, who you're going to bring up next. It's good to add skill sets that you don't currently have, in terms of your roster. Since Ruella's already built, she's just so good as a boss support champion because she's got that decreased defense and weaken. Plus, she's got the slow. So any bosses that can be slowed, she's going to do great work on. She's got the triple hitter on the A1 with the turn meter steal. So she's great in a lot of places. So, all right. Any questions? Sorry we spent so much time on Clan Boss and didn't get you much progress there, but we got several rebuilds. You've got 31 million silver, so we got you some Clan v Clan points for that. But definitely, is there a artifact enhancement event going on too? You probably have done very well here. Yeah, you could, you'll get some value back there. What dungeon should you focus on? Right now, you should focus on Fire Knight. What I would say is, in terms of pushing dungeons, push all of the dungeons. Push all of the dungeons to 25. You have all your 20s done. Start pushing each of the dungeons. Scylla the Drakes is going to be an MVP for all 4 dungeons. She's beautiful in spiders. Like she's great here. Like we can go here and take a look. Like this is not bad actually. But let's do this instead. Yeah, let's do that instead. Remember that, Cold Heart doesn't do as much damage here, but she still is going to have the turn meter decrease. It is cut in half. You have the turn meter decrease from Geo as well. Again, not being booked is going to hurt a little bit here for Syl. I'm a little surprised that we didn't do better here. I feel like Spider should already be dead. Look at that Silva Drakes. She's just tanking the whole world right now. She's got the ally protect up, so she's taking the damage. But I think we're going to get through this. Are we not going to get through this? There we go. That's all we needed. Okay. I was like, are we not going to get through this? Let me just check something, because that was a little bit weird. Let me just check something on our attack. Accuracy is there. He's slow. That's why. Yeah, he's too slow here, I think. This is a pretty nice piece for him. I would make that swap right away. Yeah, that's a nice swap for him. He doesn't need crit rate and crit damage. He needs speed and accuracy and HP. So this would be a good swap. And then let's look at, so let's just try that on. And then let's look at HP percentage. Nope. Primary stats HP percentage. That could potentially be nice. Let's see where we have speed boots. Where do we have righteous speed boots? We do. Defense and crit damage, no accuracy there. What about perception? We have those. What about divine speed? No. Accuracy? Are his gloves crit damage gloves? Yeah, man, crit damage gloves. Yeah, I'd probably move those on to somebody else who's going to get more value out of that. I would love to put him in those. We just put her in those, didn't we? Yeah, these are beautiful gloves for him. I would do that maybe and swap her out of that. But it's hard to say. I mean, he's more of an all-around carry, and if you had him, this is a weird one. So this is moving in the right direction, right? So now you're up at 70,000 HP, 205 speed. You've dropped the crit rate and crit damage, which you don't need. Picked up a little bit of resistance, we don't care. You've lost a little bit of accuracy, but you'll get that back because none of this is glyphed, and you do have accuracy on at least 2 of the pieces. So you'll end up with more accuracy. When you take these boots all the way up, you'll get another 14 speed. So you're looking at 219 speed for him. You could get another roll into speed or accuracy or HP here on the weapon. You don't know what you're going to roll into here on the helmet. Accuracy or HP would be best. And then you've still got all this HP left coming from these gauntlets. This is not a great chess piece for him because of the triple crit roll damage, but everything else is basically good. The speed, the accuracy, and the 6-star HP. And I don't know that you need Kale in that piece anyway. That's a weird piece for him. So you could potentially be sitting around 75 to 80,000 HP at like 225 speed, 230 speed with over 300 accuracy. Now this guy is your everywhere carry if you do this. Now I'm not going to do this right now because I don't want to take, we just redid this. So I don't want to put her in that spot. Do you know what I mean? But I would definitely make, let's do this and this and this. Let's make at least this one. Is this the one piece swap? Yeah. This piece is a nice piece to swap in. So at least make that swap. But the crit damage and crit rate, you don't need on him. He's going to be doing much more damage if you get him going faster. 220 minimum speed on this guy. 220. And you can reach that. You can do that. Not a problem. And don't worry about his crit rate. Don't worry about his crit damage. Push his HP, push his speed, and push his accuracy. Those are the only 3 stats he needs. He doesn't need anything else. Defense is a nice little bonus. If you can get some defense on him, that's great. You don't need resistance on him. You don't need, attack on him, obviously. So yeah, just push those stats and potentially you have, your all around carry. And then it's just literally, it's going to be Korrigar, Artak, Scylla Drakes. They will crush all the dungeons for you except Fire Knight. And then we have the Fire Knight team already. You probably just mix in Geomancer with those 3 champions. And then, High Katoon. That clears every dungeon for you. This team right here, forget this, like pull out her, put in Korrigar. This clears everything. This clears the whole game for you. This team clears the game for you. This will crush Dragon. This will crush, and like once you've got the rebuild on once you've got the rebuild on Artak, same thing here. I'll put the team in here so that you have it. High Katoon. Let's just put Scylla Drakes up front because she's super tanky. Then we'll do Korrigar, Artak, and Geo. Stage 21. You could try mixing in Theodore. If you wanted to speed things up, you could mix in Theodore. You may not need all of the tankiness. You may not need like the support that Korrigar gives you. So you could potentially pull him out and put in Theodore. And like, he's going to give you the same kind of like speed boost. Like it's, 30% turn meter versus a speed buff. You may want to, swap it with High Katoon so they're not on the same sequence. Like make sure they're at least off by 1 turn. You'll have 100% uptime on the increased speed. This will handle the waves. High Katoon will probably die from time to time, but that's what Scylla the Drakes does. She just brings people back. Nobody else should probably die. Like Artak will be tanky enough. Korrigar will be tanky enough. Theodore would definitely speed this up. So I'd probably try bringing him in. I should have brought him into this wave because he's strong affinity anyway. So yeah, you'll get all of them. You'll get Ice Golem, no problem. One of the nice things about taking a tanky team into Ice Golem is you don't have to worry about wiping by accidentally like triggering to, the counterattack at the wrong time, like the nuke. So definitely pull Cold Heart out of that team. I like Korrigar for Ice Golem because of the cleanse. So if you wanted to build him with more resistance, you could. Obviously, he's speed tuned right now, so that's one thing. You can't mess around with his build too much. But if you could get resistance onto him, that would be good. You always want resistance on your cleanser. Shoot for like 350 resistance is a good starting point if you can get up that high. If you can't, then say like anything above 250 is going to start getting respectable. But for dungeons, for high levels of dungeons, let's see, what do you need on the bosses for? Stage 25. You need 305. You need 305 resistance. So if you can get Korrigar above 305 resistance, so like I said, shoot for 350, that's a really nice number. If you can't get him quite there, however close you can get. So resistance banner, don't put him in a resistance chest piece if you can help it. Like if you have to, you can think about that. He should be tanky enough in this team that it won't matter. But if you can avoid it, then the extra stats are going to be useful. But you could put him in a resistance chest, but resistance banner, maybe think about that set we were just using. I forget the name of the set already, Righteous or whatever it is that has speed and resistance. That could be really good for him. Potentially 3 of those sets even, that right there would get you with the banner would get you 220 or 226 resistance, I think, something like that. So, a couple of substat rolls into resistance, resistance on your amulet, that kind of thing. And you'll get there. But the main drawback to this team right now is how slow Artak is running. 220 kind of as a minimum goal for him. You've got the champs. You've got the champs. So a little bit it's going to be rebuilding, a little bit it's going to be experimentation with your team compositions. And a little bit it's just going to be time to collect gear, time to finish the masteries, time to get books for the champions that need books. But you don't need another champion on this roster right now for this kind of stuff. The champions you could really use are probably for clan boss. I would say even like arena, you're probably fine with what you've got, right? So yeah. There we go. That's stage 21. Not bad. All right. So, have fun with that. Flamingo with the flamethrower. That was like my longest takeover of all time. So I honestly think that you're going to get a lot of value out of optimizing the builds on these champions and booking and, doing that. So for every champion, think about the one thing that they need to do. Think about the one thing that they do best and build for that. For Artak, it is HP burns, AoE HP burns. Build that as fast, accurate, and HP, as possible, and he's going to do work. If you're talking about, Scylla the Drakes, right? Again, fast and accurate to land her debuffs and her stuns and stuff like that. Super tanky. Make her the hardest champion on your roster to kill. So, 4K defense, 4.5K defense, 50,000 HP if you can get it. When you think about Cold Heart, it's like, okay, all she needs is 70% crit rate, pile on the crit damage. So we do want her to not be the target. So that's why she's in an HP chess piece, which a lot of people do. But otherwise, you're looking for sets like Savage set. Can you get her into a Savage set? Can you get her into, an Impulse set? Can you get her into, is it lethal? Can you get her into a lethal set? Can you do that? That's going to optimize her. But yeah, it's a really good roster for having so few champions. And I think, you're in good shape. Build your Ruella. She's worth it. She's already booked. So you're building her. You're clearly building her. But same thing here, super fast and accurate. That's all she really you don't need to worry too much about damage. If you can get extra damage on her, that's great. Remember, you only have to build her to 70% crit rate as well, right? So you can get her out of crit rate gloves, get her into crit damage gloves if you want more damage out of her. But she's a debuffer. She brings damage through other means, through the weaken and the decreased defense, right? Stealing targets turn meter. She empowers the rest of the team. So she doesn't need to hit super hard. Right. You could even build her tanky. Like you could get her out of an attack chest beat. You could build her like you build a cold heart. Build her like you build a cold heart. So, 70%. Well, in this case, 70% crit rate. Right. Build her exactly how you'd build cold heart. 70% crit rate. And then speed and accuracy with some crit damage. If you want her to hit hard, but you really don't need her to hit hard. Yeah. All right. Ooh, longest takeover of all time. But let's move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, I'm getting. I'm gonna get the world's longest range shock collar. It's gonna start zapping you after 30 minutes. Let you know what time it is.
Yeah.
45 minutes in. It's the 10-second warning.
All right. Let's reset.
Already done.
All right. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break while you spin the wheel. Whenever you are ready, son. Let's give everybody like 1 minute or 2 minutes to get ready because they may have zoned out at the end of that very long takeover. So we'll give it like 90 seconds. Everybody respond to the wheel if you want to take over. Remember to have your email address, password ready, and we'll try to get through this faster this time. Thanks, Flamingo. We will see you soon. Keep us updated.
Yeah, or we're not doing that. Sunstream now. Maybe I'm gonna do a takeover for 3 hours. Huh? How about that?
It's fine with me.
Oh yeah, I know. How's it going, everybody? Y'all doing all right? Having another beautiful day. Happy New Year's. In case I didn't catch you before or immediately after. Happy to be here. Hey, well, that's what we'd like to see. Let's see how we're doing. We've got quite a few people in the reactions here. I see some Geomancer knows. I appreciate that. Somebody decided to use my energy refill. Okay. Hey. Digging it. Call me beautiful. You're too kind. You're too kind. Mr. T, you're excited for the new login champ. Maybe you need a life. Well, you have one, and in it, you're currently excited for the new login champion. And there's nothing wrong with that. I am too. Curious to see what it's going to be. Plus, Lego and free. I like where that's going.
All right. Are we ready to spin?
Are we ready to spin?
I'm still in Flamingo's
buddy.
account. Sorry, Flamingo.
Yeah.
I just sit down and there's a window open and I just start clicking like it's my own. It's like, of course.
All right. If we're ready, spin that wheel. We got to have like a little soundboard or something. You can
We should.
do a little spin that wheel sound.
That's a new resolution for 2024. We need to get more sounds into this in this thing. We need music. We need sound effects.
Yeah. MTG gave me a recommendation. We'll get to it, but you know, those things don't come cheap. All right, we've got our next winner.
Get a Stream Deck.
B.
I almost bought a
Stream
Stream
Deck
Deck.
is one option, but like music and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, we could sign up for a service.
Always more. Oh, and also, since I am live on voice now for a moment, for all of our YouTube members, the
Oh yeah.
member video poll is now live in the Discord. I updated all of the information there, and the poll is live. So if you have any ideas, video submissions, you want to vote, you can go there now and do that.
Yeah, so we're pretty committed to improving the membership experience. That's something, like you get your emojis and you get your badges and stuff like that, but we want to make sure that the Discord is a place where members are getting some extra value. And one of the things that we put into the membership tiers is the chance to vote on a video, like kind of force me to do a subject that maybe you guys want to see. So you can go ahead and make a suggestion. And the way this is basically going to work is people are going to make suggestions, and the suggestions are going to populate a list. And what's going to happen is then you're going to be able to vote on those suggestions. And so, son, are we breaking this into two pieces? So is it 7 days for suggestions and then we do the vote, or is it 7 days for voting, suggesting and voting?
Suggesting and voting, so people can input their anybody can that's a member can input their ideas, and then members can't vote for any of those ideas. You can vote for anyone that you want. You just only get one vote per.
Yeah.
And the poll lasts for a week, and then at the end of the week, whoever's the winner, that's the video we will make.
Or it says making Colred pay to win. That's not the kind of suggestions we're looking for.
All right, it looks like we've got Tommy with us here. Tommy, you can just go ahead and DM Cole.
All right. Tommy B, you just got to DM me your info.
Yeah, they sent it to me, so just in case, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
And Tommy, you can just go ahead and delete that from our conversation. There's no reason for me to have it, but I will forward it over to Cole. Okay, but did my poll come in a box though? Because
All the polls have
it's not
boxes.
looking like it right now. You're right. There's so many boxes, and the boxes are inside boxes. Satisfying.
All right, I just need the code. Good to go. Level 83 account. We are closing in on Eric's here. Okay. We're pretty far along. Let's take a look at the roster. We've got 48 6-star champions. Very nice. And we've got a bunch of 5-star champions looking to go. Wow. Big roster of 5-star champions. Very nice. Got your Tormund. Congrats. Got some good champions here. Kymar, Skrank, Rector Drath, Vizix, Artak. Artak's at 50. Was there another Artak at 60? Is it a dupe or something? No, just running Artak at 50. Fair enough. Got your Deacon. Got 2 Cold Hearts. Some ally attack. Some turn meter decrease. You got a Geo, because who doesn't have a Geo? Everybody has a Geo. You've got Ninja. Sweet. Foley is nice. I love Foley. I want him bad. Siffy. Shagor. Nice. Tyrant Ixlamore. I am building my Tyrant currently. Riho Bone Spear. Man, you've got 2 of the supports.
Holy moly.
Yeah, 2 of the supports that I really, really want, right? Siffy and Riho. Man, and 3, Kymar. Those are some sick champions. You got Herndig, Bad Alcazar. You're kind of loaded. It's nice. Looking good. All right, so what are we looking for? Hydra and Sand Devils. And the next step in the roster. Out of curiosity, I just want to look at your clan boss team. See where you are. Oops. I always do this. Anzac Karn. Okay. So you've got a 2-key Ultra Nightmare. Double Man-Eater Unkillable. Nice. With Feign. Beautiful. Okay. Let's look at your arena. Gold 2. It's a good arena team. Is Wukong built but slow, huh? how's your Herndig built? Okay. Also on the slow side. Let's look at your Arbiter. 300. Congrats on the 300. That's nice. All right, so let's talk about Arena for a second, because this is, you have a 2-key Ultra Nightmare team and you have a sick roster, so dungeons aren't a problem is what I'm guessing. So in terms of next steps, you need your gold 5. You have Arbiter. Like, you need your gold 5 and you should be able to get it. You have great damage dealers. You have absolutely insane damage dealers. You know, you've got Septimus, right? So you've got, I mean, that's great damage right there. You've got Herndig, you got Astralon, you got Ninja, you got Foley, you've got a built Genbo, you've got Kymar, you've got Skullcrown, you've got sick arena champions. You've got really crazy good arena champions. Now, what I would say is the first thing is I'm looking for a speed tune, and you're not speed tuned, right? Like, if we look at this team, it probably doesn't matter what team, but let's look at it. Let's look at like the Siffy team. This is your most interesting one to me, is this one right here. So let's just look at that team in terms of speed. So 300, 235. Now she has only a 10% turn meter fill. Siffy does. But you've got Deacon. Now, Deacon's running at 211. So he's grabbing 40%. So he's not speed tuned, I don't think. He's just out of range. So I'm going to suggest a couple of teams. This is the team you're currently running. How fast is Gembo? 195, 168 for Herndig, 242 for Madame Sarah. So she is speed tuned. So if we're looking at 300, like, let me see if I can do this again. I think it works. Yeah. Okay, so 300 divided by 1.3 gives you 231. So you need to be at like 231, right? Now, Madame Saris is at 240. What was she at? 242? 240? 242. So she's speed tuned. She has the decreased defense and she has the buff strip on the same skill. So this is really nice. So now the problem is you would need all of your other champions at 238 or whatever we just said, right? So she's fast enough barely, but she's not a turn meter filler. So you can't get to Herndig and Genbo without getting cut. You're going to get cut by another, Arbiter team. So what you should do here is just bring a second turn meter filler. So, what we would do is we just go look for a good turn meter filler. Now, I know you have a Seeker. That could work. You have a Deacon Armstrong. That could work. But maybe we have somebody that's got something more interesting. Siffy's not going to be enough. I don't know Glacea. I don't really know her. Is she in the vault? Yeah, I don't really know her. But what I would actually suggest, and this is just me because how I feel about Deacon. Everybody knows how I feel about Deacon. He's just such an awesome champion. But I want to see how your Madame Saris is built. So I know she's fast. She's got 200 and she only got 271 accuracy, which is maybe not enough for your level of arena. It might be. You might do okay with that. And you could get a little more accuracy on her. So yeah, if she's up around 300 accuracy, that's usually where I like to say, 300 accuracy is good because you'll strip a lot of buffs with 300 accuracy. But you have a better buff strip champion, which is Sun Wukong. Right? He's in some ways, he's just better than Madame Saris. Madame Saris is nice because she's void affinity. So if you want to stick with Madame Saris, I think what you would do is you end up with a good team. But you would probably remove Herndig and put in some turn meter fill. And, the best turn meter fill options would probably be, I still think it could be Genbo, could be Deacon, could be Seeker, could be Apothecary. Any of those would be interesting. One thing that would be interesting would be Kymar. Let's see how fast your Kymar is. So he's actually running at 243. So he's also speed tuned. So he's another buff strip champion, but he hits. So he does damage when he removes the buffs, and then he places a sleep as well. So it's like he does more than Madame Saris does. Do you know what I mean? She does a decreased attack, which is nice. Then he's got the reset. So you have lots of options here. You got a lot. Let's give you a couple of teams here. All right, so let's do this first. Let's do, we're going to delete that. Let's go ahead and do a couple of iterations here. So they're all going to be speed teams. But so this would be my classic team. I would go into Deacon, into Wukong, into Genbo. This is an incredibly beautiful team, right? Turn meter fill, increase attack. Turn meter fill and turn meter decrease and decrease defense. Buff strip and block debuffs. Nuke that ignores unkillable. Crazy good combo for a go first team. Like, you really don't get much better than this. This decreased defense is a hit. This buff strip is a hit. So, like, you get to soften up the team as well in a way that, like, Madame Saris doesn't, right? So if you were running this team, Deacon needs to be at 238 or whatever. So he's not currently fast enough. But then the nice thing about this is because he's got that turn meter fill, you can actually run Sun Wukong and Genbo slower. So you can do 300 divided by 1.45. So you can run them at 207. So Sun Wukong is not fast enough, and neither is Genbo yet. But you could do that. Now, this is a team that I love. I love the idea of this team. It's nearly a perfect go first team, right? You have options too. You have tactical options with Wukong. It's really cool. Now you could do an iteration on this, whereas if you have trouble getting these speeds and you can't, let's say you can't get your nukers that fast, like you can't get them fast enough to do that. You could stick here and then you could do this. And then forget about the Wukong. I would probably just bring in, I might even do like this or this. That'd be really nice. But this into this. Now, what you need here for this speed tune is you only need one champion to run in the speed tune. You need Kymar to do it. He's already doing it. You have him open with his A2. If he sleeps everybody, it doesn't matter how fast Ninja and Genbo go. Open with Ninja's freeze and then have Genbo nuke over the top, right? So it's like, it's speed boost into CC nuke into nuke that ignores unkillable. This is another great team. And in this particular team, the second spot here for Ninja could actually be used by somebody. You could do a double nuke. It just doesn't matter who the other nuke is, as long as like Kymar has slept everybody. If they're faster than you, then they're going to be, have lost their turn from the sleep, and then you can double nuke them. If they're not as fast as you, then the first nuke is going to wake them up, which is why like a ninja AoE freeze nuke is really good. Right now, he is the same affinity, but that's usually a good thing, actually, in this particular case, because CC into CC, if you're strong affinity, you're good. Or if you're neutral affinity, you're good. So that's an option. You could also take that out and put in, another champion that gives you kind of, like you could do this, gives you another option. You could do a single target nuker, so you can pick off targets. You could use. You could do this to like give yourself a chance to come back around. You could bring in a second reviver, like Sify. You could do this. This could be phenomenal. She's also a turn meter filler of 10%. It's not really huge, but but I would probably start with this and then just iterate off of it and see, who you want to build and who you like in what spot. This could be really nice. You could even do something like this. Like this could work really well against certain teams. Yeah, but you kind of have crazy options here, right? You could do that. You could do this. Like you could do that. You could do another turn meter filler. You could do, there's so many things you could do here. Skull Crown. If you hadn't, one of the things here is you don't have a decreased defense, so you could do that. You could bring in a champion that has decreased defense. In fact, let's see who your decreased defense champions are. Yeah, so I mean, Herndig would also fit here really well, but you'd have to speed him up so he's faster than Gembo. Probably Herndig is your other best option there. You could also go with like an ally attack. So, or it was Kymar, right? Yeah, Kymar's not on the list right now. So like that, that would work. Remember that Kymar has a A1 AoE. In fact, in this case, you could also pull out Genbo and yeah, let's do that. Why am I doing this? Let's do this. So in this particular case, let's call it Herndig. Herndig might be the best option there. And then let's talk about another iteration, which would be now this is moving into a blender comp, and you have several options you could do in terms of a blender comp. But you want another A1 AoE. And you could do something like this. This is kind of an interesting blender comp. You don't really see this very much, but it's like you have the ability to strip the buffs and then use Kymar's A1 as an AoE. He doesn't bring a ton of damage, but you have Skull Crown for that. So here you have a buff stripping, like nuke heavy team, right? In the second spot, you have a buff stripping nuke heavy team that has less of an emphasis on turn meter. And then here you have, a blender comp. These are all ways to use your Arbiter's speed to empower your team to get everything that it needs. Any of these teams could be gold 5. Any of these teams could be gold 5 if built the right way. Now, this team here, Team 7, this is the one that's probably the least efficient. Because what you typically do with a blender comp is your ally attack champion is the second fastest champion on your team. So it goes Arbiter into Farrakhan the Fat. Farrakhan the Fat would then activate the attacks. But up here, you want Kymar to go, he's kind of in the Farrakhan the Fat role. Like he's the second fastest champion. And what he does enables the rest of your team to not have to be built fast. Right? So like this allows you to build the other champions slow, the two nukers slowly. But here we have Kymar. So maybe you would like pull Kymar out, But the idea actually with this is sort of to work off the blender comp. It's a half blender, half buff strip. So Kymar should go before Farrakhan. In this one, it should go like this. and then Farrakhan the Fat, and then Skullcrown. Right? That should be the speed order. So Farrakhan, Kymar would strip the buffs and get a hit and put everybody to sleep. Then Farrakhan would go and activate the AoEs, right? So you would get an AoE from Kymar and an AoE from Skullcrown. And then Skullcrown could nuke again over the top if she needed to. So that would be the premise behind this team. But if you have another, champion who's got an AoE A1 who's good, you could always use that champion instead. I'm not sure about all these champions. I don't remember all of their A1s. I don't think Richtoff doesn't. No, Richtoff does. Right. So Richtoff does. So potentially you could put him in there. He's not booked, but he has an A1. So he could be part of your blender comp. If you have Sinesha somewhere sitting around, you got a second Skullcrown. It's like you can do a lot of fun things with an ally attack. You could even use like White Dryad Naya, and you're like, oh, she has an AoE A1 that has a decreased speed. You could put somebody in a stun set, right? If you have like a support champion that you'd like to run in a stun set who has an AoE, that's like what I do with Sinesha. Sinesha has an AoE A1, but she's in a stun set for me. So, so this is, these are 3 versions of A1, and you have more. You got a great arena champions. You really do. You could make Kerndig your main nuker. You could make him your main debuffer. You have options there. The downside of like a blender comp here is that you don't have like a decreased defense out, right? You're just trying to go over the top in terms of damage, just like output so much damage that it doesn't matter that you don't have decreased defense. This team right here, this is the team I would highly recommend, right? And in fact, if you're okay with it, you have 2 Kymars. You could build a second one for arena. Yeah, you could, but having 2 Kymars is also great for a lot of other things. But yeah, if we look at the champion, so let's just think real quickly about the speeds. So we want to give a little bit of leeway because you might be able to get your Arbiter faster. Let's check out your Arbiter's build first. 300 is a nice speed, and it's more than enough for Gold 5. So let's check out the single speed roll there. Nice double speed roll there. Double there. Single on the crit damage gauntlets. You don't need crit damage gauntlets on her. So if we could get her out of that might be the first place to look. Make her tankier. That's a pretty nice chest plate, although it's only a single speed roll. And resistance on the boost triple roll, that's not bad at all. So the first place to look is the gloves. Second place to look is the chest. Third place to look is the weapon, I think. Yeah. All right, so let's... what did I just do? Yeah. This Madame Saris, we might be stripping Madame Saris because she's maybe redundant with Wukong. Maybe. Yeah, so this piece isn't bad. Let me reposition my camera. All right, so this piece isn't bad. It's got a double speed roll and some accuracy, so that's nice. And then let's look at a chess piece. Let's see if there's a chess piece with... Oh, look at this. That's gorgeous. Right? We do lose the accuracy. Accuracy is not critical on her, especially not for arena, right? It is useful if you're trying to land her weaken, in certain places, but not a huge deal. So this is HP instead of defense percentage, but that's a beautiful piece. I don't know if you're reserving that for somebody else, but that's the first thing I would probably do. Try that one on. And then as far as the gloves are concerned, we want different gloves if we can get them. Let's see. Yeah, nothing jumps out, right? They're okay. The substats are decent on it. I mean, crit damage is a waste on her, but that's okay. For now, we'll just leave her there. So this would get you another 6 speed plus the glyph on the chess piece. Let's check out her banner real quickly. Double speed roll with, yeah, that's nice. It is resistance. We'd love that on an accuracy banner. Or a defense banner, that would be good too. I mean, this is a 5-star. We'd have to triple roll in there, and that's probably not going to happen. So this is probably the best banner. What are you running for? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, okay, because you can get more accuracy out of this. I would go for it. But HP is a good main stat. So, that's fine. So 6 speed, probably glyph. Let's throw, yeah. So right there, that's an additional 8 speed. Now it matters. It matters how much speed you have. Now, you don't necessarily have to make this particular swap, but let's say we took that off. What would we get? We would get 3 additional speed from the weapon. And we'd pick up. Wait, this is weird. That's not. Okay. That's the difference. We just pick up 3 speed from the weapon. So let's do that for now. All right. So, what we're going to do when we calculate is we're going to call it, let's call it 315 speed to give you a little bit of growth, potential. So 315 divided by 1.3. So second speed has to be 242. Let's call it 245. All right, so Deacon would be a good choice. We said, we were looking at that team. We're looking at this team. So we're going to do Deacon into Wukong. Yeah. So if we're doing Deacon, we need Deacon at 245. We want him very accurate. He's got to land his decreased defense. Right? Arbiter's accuracy doesn't matter. Deacon's does. Absolutely does. So the first thing that we're going to do probably is we're going to look at perception gear. He needs great perception gear. Ooh, that's a beautiful piece. That's a really nice piece. That's a good piece he's already wearing. I don't like attack percentage gauntlets, but that they've got good substats if we land the right way. All right, let's look at these divine speed pieces just to see what he's got on them. Double speed with accuracy, that's not bad. What's his... What's his weapon got? Single speed and roll, HP and resistance. Okay. So let's do this again. We need substats of speed. All right, let's roll up this one. If we hit another speed roll, that could be good. Or accuracy. Okay, so that's a little bit better. This one's nice too. Roll this up a little bit. Accuracy. Do we land speed? Double accuracy. Do we land speed? No. That's nice though. That's a nice piece. His shield. I'm just tempted to get out of the divine speed pieces entirely, but I don't want to say no just because they could add critical speed. Where was that piece that we were just looking at? Oh, it was a shield. So I'm going to start with this one. We're going to roll this up. Let's hit. If we hit speed right away, we're good. We need to hit it now. Oh, okay. So that's not going to be fast enough. This one's not bad. Let's try this one. We need to land at least one early. I take that up. That's another option. All right, so let's try that on. Where's that shield that we were looking at? There was a shield. This one. Speed, please. Nice. Do it again. Speed. I'm tempted to take it anyway. That's such a nice piece. Oh, this is a good one. Ouch. Triple speed. No, but good still. I like this 6-star accuracy piece. It's got great substats. You don't even need, like, if it hits one speed, that's beautiful. Okay. So we're at 218 right now. We need to get to 245. That's a long way. We're pretty far away. You've got 4 glyphs available there. We're at 380 accuracy, which is great, but potentially, like, if we keep the accuracy chest plate, we may be able to get. Let's see. So what was the divine speed? We were. Yeah. All right, before I do anything else, I want to look at the banner. Okay, unfortunately, we just don't have a banner with speed on it. Like an accuracy banner with speed. Let's look at the boots real quick. All right, we've got boots with accuracy. Where were they? So again, we've got Madame Saris's boots. We could strip Madame Saris. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not going to try to burn through your silver too much, but let's take a look at this. You know, now you're talking about 420 accuracy. That's going to be enough to land debuffs on anybody in arena. I don't even think you need that much. I would like to get him out of the chess piece. I'd like to get him out of the chess piece and get him into a chess piece that is just very fast. This one. That's the one. All right, so now we need one speed piece to get that bonus. And it's going to be one of these 4 pieces. Let's see which one didn't roll that well. That's a double. That's 13. That's 13. That's 9. And then I think this piece is, that's 10. Okay. So 13, 9, 13, 10. So it's either going to be, I mean, we could roll into speed here again if we took it all the way up to 16, but I'll let you do that on your own. So let's look at these 2 pieces. See if we can find something fast. That's a nice piece, but it's not really going to give us, I mean, it's going to give us a little bit. Speed, accuracy, defense, HP. That's beautiful. Let's look at 6-star stuff. Let's try this one. Let's see if this just rolls right. Speed would be great. We need at least 2 rolls into speed. There's 1. That's borderline right now. It's a good piece still, but it's like we would have to roll into speed on the next, thing. Kymar piece is nice. I also don't want to strip your man-eaters. Obviously, those are on your... Ooh, that piece is so nice. Wait a second. Okay. I really do like this piece. It's a very nice piece for him. Okay. Oh, I could look at gloves. Let's just look at gloves. See if there's anything. I think we did, and that's why I didn't see anything. Right. Okay. So we're at 238. We can glyph past 245 now. We still have 317 accuracy, which is where we want to be. We lost a little bit of defense. We gained a lot of HP. we'll get a little bit of defense back from there. And if you can get out of these gauntlets and into defense percentage gauntlets in the future, that's going to be really good. So I would focus on that. You know, like if you can even forge for them. In fact, let's go see what your forge looks like. It is CVC, so I don't mind doing this. All right, so you've got some good stuff here. So what I would do is say, let's go with the rank charm. And let's pick some gloves, gauntlets. And for substat, we need speed. Let's go ahead and do 5. Well, we can do a 10 pull. We have a single 10 pull. I don't know if we don't need to do 10 pulls on gloves, though. Let's just go ahead one at a time. Let's see. 50 points, that's good. Crit damage with speed, defense, and HP. That's a really, that's nice. If it had, you know, crit rate, that would be great. But potentially you could squeeze that onto a cold heart. So we'll keep that. Another 50 points. HP helmet with speed, not bad. 200 points, big one. Come on, gloves. Flat defense. Flat defense. I'm going to keep it anyway. 200 points. Come on, big one. That's a nice shield. Go again. 20 points. That's not going to be so good. Got accuracy, but no speed. I'll sell that. Another 20 points. On that one. 50 points could be good. Attack percentage, gauntlets. Speed, though. I'll keep it. Speed and accuracy on a weapon. That's nice. I think we've got 3 more we can do. 50 points. Come on. Nope. That's paying for the other ones. 100 points. That's unfortunate. That's not usable. Last one. Defense with speed and resist, 6 stars. Not bad. Okay. So, okay, rolls. Like, you got decent pieces there. So let's see the new pieces. I'm tempted to roll these up. Watch me triple speed roll on these. All right, if we don't hit speed here, then I'm going to sell them. Yep, we'll sell those. Even with the accuracy, I'll probably, yeah, I'd just sell those. It's too bad. So what were we? We were stealing somebody's gloves, right? Or it was attack. That's all it was. It was just attack. It's okay. We'll take it. And then let's glyph him out. We don't need a ton more speed, but I'm going to use these. You got a lot of 3-star glyphs. I'm going to use 3-star glyphs. We need more than a 1 on them, though. If you roll into speed or accuracy on this piece, it's going to be very good. Didn't quite land the way I would have wanted, but there's no bad substats for him on this. This is just, you know, it's not super fast, but that's okay. Like eventually what's going to happen, the nice thing kind of about this is you're going to want to pull him out of these pieces and get him into perception at some point probably and like push that accuracy even higher. And that shield's going to be easy to swap out. So what are we? We're at 246. We said 245 right now. You can actually speed tune, I think, at 238 or 239, whatever we said. But we wanted to get to 240, 245. So let's just check that again. So we said 315, right? Divided by 1.3, 242, 243. So at 246, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, he didn't even roll up his, so you still have stats to get. A little bit low on defense right now because of the attack percentage gauntlets. But once you can get into defense percentage gauntlets, that number will jump right back up. You'll probably be able to get him to like 2.8K, somewhere around there without too much trouble. Your accuracy is in a nice spot. Again, I wouldn't mind 350. Like 350 would be good, but you're going to replace this banner. Don't take this banner to don't take it to 16. But when you do take it to 16, when you get a replacement, you'll get an additional 34 accuracy there, and that'll get you over the 350 mark by itself. So you'll probably be able to get him to, if you can swap out these two pieces for perception gear, swap out this for defense, and then swap this out for another accuracy banner with speed on it, you're probably going to get another 15, call it 15 speed. Even though you're losing the speed buffs here, you might be able to get 15 speed, call it 10 to 15 speed. If you land somewhere around 260, 270 with Deacon, that's a really nice, healthy spot to be. I run mine a little bit faster. I run mine about 285. So if you could get up there, then do it. But let's call it 260, 265. That's a nice spot. And he's speed tuned at, 245. So we're happy. We're totally happy. You don't have masteries on him. You're going to run down here and you're going to get Lore of Steel on him. And that's going to give him more speed and more accuracy. So you get masteries on this guy. I mean, I'm going to do this right now. We're going to get 10 accuracy right there. We're going to do this, right? Like this, you want this support tree. He's perfect for support. You absolutely want him in the support tree. You can get Evil Eye, which gives him a turn meter option on his A1, which is really nice, but then he's tricky to use in places. Well, he's already got turn meter decrease on his other skills, but you can't turn off that A1, so it's like it could be tricky to use in places like Baumel. But in Arena, it's gorgeous to have that A1 on Evil Eye, or whatever it's called. What's it called? Evil Eye. All right, so, right now, yeah. So he's speed tuned. Okay. Now let's look at the next speed. What's the next speed? So we're running at 315. We're going to divide that by 1.45. $218. That's fast. Okay, let's see. What's the team? Is it Herndig? Or Wukong? It was Wukong. It's Wukong. It's this team right here. All right, so Wukong. So what did we just say? 217, 218? I can't even remember. I just did it 5 seconds ago. Now you will get a little leeway here because Deacon also decreases turn meter. But I like to speed tune as if he didn't, because you never know when you're going to get resisted. So we want 218. We want 218 on Wukong. Now let's check out Wukong's masteries here, just to make sure he's worth going for. Like he's not booked, right? He's got no masteries. Okay. Because the other option is, we could go with Herndig, who is booked out and is working on his masteries. We also have Madame Saris, who we've now stripped of her boots, but we could get her back up to speed easily enough. And that would be another buff strip option. Now, the nice thing about Wukong is he doesn't need books for his buff strip, but you're going to want him to have masteries for both the damage and the accuracy. He's worth investing in. You have a 3-star blessing on him. He just feels like a champion. You also have a brimstone on, he feels like a champion you should be using. By the way, for Arena, different people like different blessings. Some people like Crushing Rend. I like what am I going for? Soul Reap. I like Soul Reap. I think that's really nice. So all you have to do is get targets to 8% and he can kill them. But of course, he's a setup. He's the setup in this particular case, you know, but he still hits really hard. So I think it's better to build him. Honestly, I think it's better to build him than to go back into Madame Saris. Madame Saris is good for faction crypt. She's good in other places. Like, she's not a bad champion. But now that you have Wukong, her value has diminished. She does have that decreased attack, but typically you want to nuke him out. You don't care about the decreased attack that much, you know? So let's go ahead and look at a build for him. Let's see if we can't get him into, first of all, let's look for some crit damage gloves with crit rate substats. And these could be on anybody. I don't care. I would happily take them from anybody, pretty much, for Wukong, depending on the set. Don't have that many of them. This one's free. It's got speed on it, which is really nice. Retaliation's not bad. Retaliation is not bad on him. Yeah, I mean, we could look in sets where he doesn't have crit rate as a substat if there's a good set for that. You know, like this could work. It is 5 stars. That's an unfortunate. Merciless. Merciless would be really interesting. I don't know how much Merciless you have. I'm going to check it out, though. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Let's just see what kind of Merciless gear you have. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. All right, so for right now, let's stick with the perception. I like this piece. Let's just try that on and see if we can't get our crit rate everywhere else. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to do. That's a pretty nice piece at 15%. Everything is going to have to be 16%. We need to average 16%. So we're going to need something that is crazy good. We're going to need something that we're going to need at least one piece that is just crazy high crit rate. And everything's going to have to work, or we're going to have to pull this glove off of him, which is, you know, that's fine too. Maybe we have to do that. That's an option too. I can't pull boots off any of those. That's nice. I didn't see those before. But we're going to go with those. So I was looking at these with the 15%. Oh, perception is better. Okay. So now we're going to need speed. Now again, we're going to start with perception gear. Crit damage is a nice additional substat if we can find it. That's not a bad chess piece. It's got accuracy, which would alleviate the accuracy pressure. We don't care about him being squishy. He can be super squishy and die all the time. We don't really care. We'd like him to hit harder. It'd be better to have attack percentage as the primary stat if we can find that. But my guess is there aren't that many of those. Yeah, so let's just get... Yeah, so... I mean, this is nice. Let's see if we can't luck into a double crit rate roll here. That's perfect. Come on, one more. Give us one more. Give me one more crit rate. Come on, you can do it. Oh, that's still a very nice piece. That's too bad. That could have been really great. All right. All right. Go back to the perception set. Let's see if this rolls into anything. Give me a triple roll. Yeah. I had a feeling. I love it. I love it. Content creator luck coming through. God, I love it. All right. Now we need to go and find some, we need to find some crit rate. So we're close. We're close. We might have to ditch that chess piece. That might not be enough. We need like another triple roll somewhere. That piece is settled. So we get divine speed. We would need 2 of these pieces to roll. That's 14. That's 16, but that's already on a champ. You probably need that on. You know, divine crit rate, cruel. Cruel is always good to try. We do have some nice options here. So we could try the cruel. Now the helmet, yeah, okay. The helmet we're replacing has no crit rate on it, so we're already at 305 accuracy. I think we're in a good place with accuracy. Again, 350 is sort of my number. That did not roll. Any of the other rolls would have been good. Nope. That can go on. Nobody. That's unfortunate. I mean, it can go on somebody, but that's unfortunate. A tanky, attack-based nuker. That'll be nice for somebody. All right. That's a nice piece. Let's see. If this rolls well, that might solve our problems. That did. And that should. Except we literally don't have another. That's so frustrating. You okay with me stealing this piece from this cold heart? I'll take a look at her and see if I can rebuild her. But I think this is the piece that we need here. Now I need speed. It might not matter. I might just need to get faster. Okay. Oh, that's nice. Wow. But she's in your clan boss team, so I can't take that from her. Okay. I don't want to lose accuracy on this, so I don't think I can swap that. That's unfortunate. So we need to get him to, what did we say? 217, 218. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 speed glyphs. I think right now the speed is more, he's got to be speed tuned. So $213. You're going to get more accuracy here anyway. This is what I was thinking. Like, you're going to pick up another 34 accuracy, I think. 34 accuracy. That'll put you back at 270, whatever. And then if you happen to get an accuracy banner with speed on it at some point, you can get yourself up to that 350 mark. But this is going to be enough for a while. We can still get more crit damage out of this guy. I think we can get another 23%. 23% crit damage, which will take you up to 182. Yeah, this looks nice. This looks nice. So let's go ahead and glyph out these. See where we end up. I'm curious. I mean, we need to get him fast enough that he can create enough cushion that we can speed up our Genbo. I'm going to have to probably make some silver at some point. I can smell dinner cooking. It smells so good. Come on. That was really disappointing. 229. So we're plenty fast enough now. So yeah, I like that speed. I like that speed a lot better. when you get an accuracy banner here with speed on it, you could swap it back. And even if he lost 5 or 8 speed, it wouldn't be like a huge deal. Like even if you had to give up 10 speed here. No, not 10. But if you had to give up 5 speed, that would be okay. And you could probably, pick up a little bit more speed. Obviously, you can get 6-star boots here, but you need the crit rate. You can give away 5% crit rate. We're over by 5% at this point, and you don't even have your masteries. So you can give away 10% crit rate because you're going to get the crit rate from the masteries. So when you do the masteries for him, you're going to go offense tree and offense tree and support tree. Support tree for accuracy, and you're going to come here to Lore of Steel again. That's going to give you more speed and more accuracy. And offense tree, and you're going to go all the way down. Now you have options on the offense tree. You can do War Master if you want to use him in cheese strats and help him be a boss killer. You can go for Helm Smasher if you just want extra damage in Arena. You can go Flawless Execution if you want consistent damage for like Arena and Wave content. So you do have options there in the offense tree. If you're primarily using him for the Arena, I would, consider Helm Smasher. Although I like Flawless Execution, it's more consistent, but with Wukong, it's like you just want to nuke somebody out. You just want to hit somebody as hard as possible. So the Helm Smasher tends to be the way to go. So you're going to get more speed. You're going to get more accuracy. You'll be able to drop some of that crit rate, maybe get them into, like if you could get them into 6-star speed boots that have in perception that just have a flat crit rate, like a 5%, that should be enough. Can I gem the masteries for him and Deacon? I could. You want me to? You want me to do that? You want me to buy their masteries with gems? Okay. Will do. All right, so let's start with Deacon. We did him first. All right, so let's go ahead and buy it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get... Nope. Sorry. I don't know what I just did there. That was so weird. Deacon. Deacon, you beast. You god tier epic champion. All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go here for Swarm Surrender. We want more accuracy. We always want more accuracy. Now watch this. So check out his stats right now. So he's 246 speed, 339, 246 and 339. 246 and 339. So he picked up 3 speed, 39, and he's picked up 11. Was that 12 accuracy? You should think about Torment eventually. He's really important on a defensive squad. Yeah. All right. So now you have a couple of options here. What I like to do for Deacon is I like to have him in a build where I can use him everywhere. I want him absolutely everywhere. He's awesome all over the place. He's great in dungeons. He's great in wave content. So you really have 2 options here. So one would be you can come down here to Eagle Eye and make him even more accurate. You could even like give him extra turn meter fill from, other things. Now, here's the thing. If you want to use him in clan boss at some point, maybe you want, to get him into an unkillable team or something. Like, I know you already have that kind of settled, but if you wanted that flexibility, you probably wouldn't want him with any extra potential turn meter stuff, right? So you kind of avoid that. I don't think you need the Eagle Eye. And if you wanted to use him in clan boss or against dungeons, bosses, you want War Master. So I'm going to go down this tree. I'm going to go down the offense tree. Let me get myself out of the way here. And we'll just go down the left side like this and get that War Master. Now here on tier 2, you do have an option. If you want him a little bit more survivable, you can do Exaltant Death, which is not bad in Arena. It's actually decent. Another option here is, sorry, which one is it? You could do this, increases damage inflicted targets under shield buff. That's decent for arena. You could also do this. Increases. They're all decent for arena. He's not a damage dealer. He's a support. So I like to, when I have trouble making a decision, when I have a lot of good options, I always try to lean into the primary role of my champion. You could say, let me supplement, like, let me make his secondary role stronger. Let me make his damage stronger. You could do that. That's sort of a matter of personal preference and experimentation. Like, how close are you to, needing the little bit of extra damage? So I would say I'm probably going to go here. It's just going to keep him alive in wave content, against bosses. If minions die, he's going to get a little bit of a heal. In arena, you kill one enemy, he gets a little bit of a heal. That might keep him alive long enough to get back to a turn meter fill. So I just lean into his main role. So I'm going to go here. Now, I really like Evil Eye on him. It's so good against Fire Knight. It's so good against teams in, like, there's so many places, like, you can use him against Dark Fae, and this helps. Like, you can use him in so many places where just this Evil Eye really, really helps. It's a 20% turn meter decrease from single target skills, and that's what his A1 is. 20% extra turn meter the first time you use that on a target. It's really powerful, but it makes it hard for him to fight Bommel. Doesn't mean you can't, but that is a trick where, you don't want turn meter decrease. I usually think he's so versatile and it's so good in so many places that I really like it. So I would probably take it anyway. So I'm going to do that, I think, right? Yeah, I don't want to mess up the cooldowns. So I'm going to do that. And then I like the debuff extension. It's going to extend his leech on his A1, and it's going to extend his decreased defense. And then you have, a couple of other options here. So you have turn meter increasing, which we don't want. So typically I actually go here and I go with the healing life drinker. And then honestly, you can go with this sniper, which is good for his A1. It increases it to a 55% chance. I keep doing that, which is not bad, getting it to a 55% chance. But you don't need it for his, A2. Or you could go here, which would give you a little bit of extra damage. Again, he's not there to do damage. So again, like, I lean into the main role. You could go for this. Spirit Haste is not bad on him, especially in arena, coming back around to that. Even in dungeons, it's not bad, coming back around to his skills a little bit more quickly. And if you ever speed tune him in a clan boss team, it just nothing happens. Do you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't use Spirit Haste, so it doesn't waste it. But this is usable against clan boss. It's usable against bosses. It's giving you an extra 5% of landing. That leech, I like it. Survivability. So that's my Deacon Armstrong build. It's very close to what I have. I don't think I have this exact build only because I built him a really long time ago, and I didn't have my system down for masteries as cleanly, but it's very close to what I run. Now let's get Wukong's masteries. All right, so now again we are going offense and support. We want the crit rate and the crit damage. I'm going to think about that for a second. We want accuracy. And again, we're going to do the same thing here. We're looking at 229 and 263. 229 and 260. I can't help myself. 229 and 263. So we picked up 2 speed and 12 accuracy. Not bad. Oh, and we actually picked up crit rate, I think. Yeah, we picked up crit rate too. We picked up 2 crit rate. All right. Now, you kind of think of him as a nuker and you kind of think of him as a debuffer. It's a little bit tricky. We definitely want him. We're thinking of him as, like, it's necessary for him to land his debuffs, but the harder he hits, the better. So, do we go for Helm Smash or do we go for Eagle Eye? you can always find accuracy. You can't find ignore defense. So, in this case, we're going to go down here. I do have to let me think about this for a second. So we could go shield breaker. So the question is, if we want to go single out or whirlwind of death. I like both options. Just a sec. I like both options. But here's the thing. If we're not going to go whirlwind of death, then we need to go shield breaker. Right? Because we have to go ruthless ambush. Ruthless ambush is a must. So the question is, do we want to take shield breaker and, so this is 5% when attacking with full HP. And remember, he spawns in with full HP, so he would have full HP a lot. This is good against teams that run bolster. And he can't strip bolster sets, right? He can strip shield sets, but not bolster sets. So I kind of like this. I think I'm going to do that. And then we'll go here and here. Now we're going to go for bring it down. We want this. We want cycle of violence. We want kill streak. And we want helm smasher. Now we want to extend debuffs if possible. That's key to his kit. So we can increase the chance of the stun with sniper. We can do more damage with his A1, and you'll use his A1 in some fights. You use his A1 a lot. We don't care about his survivability. We could run this. So it's a little bit of extra damage versus a chance of a stun. I like the stun chance probably a little bit better. You could also run him again in Spirit Haste, but I think I like the stun chance better for sniper, so I'm going to run sniper. Okay. Now let's get your nuker sorted. Now you got a lot of nukers. You got a lot of good nukers. Septimus is a great nuker. Herndeg's a great nuker. Ninja's a great nuker. Ashtalon's a great nuker. Foley's a great nuker. You've got a Genbo. You got a Skull Crown. Skull Crown's a great nuker. My personal favorite, this is a personal bias. My personal favorite is Genbo. And you do have a blessing on him. If you're not going to use Genbo, you should use Genbo. Never mind. We're going to use Genbo. We're just going to use Genbo. He's Void Affinity, and he hits like a truck. He's got Phantom Touch and everything. You have Septimus set up for Spider 20. Okay, so we're not going to change Septimus. All right, so now we have a situation. Now we have a situation because we need to get some speed onto this guy. But the good news is you're close. You're actually pretty close. If we could find a Swift Parry chest piece, it does have speed rolls here. All right. So let's just check for chess pieces. So we would lose the... We would lose the 18 speed and not lose any speed. We would literally get 18 back. That's kind of unfortunate. Let's go check out your Swift parry options. We need speed as a substat, not... That's what we need. Let's try a few. That's a really unfortunate Swift parry. That doesn't have a single stat you want. What's up with the resistance all of a sudden? That's awful too. Come on. 500 points. That's unfortunate. It doesn't have crit rate on it. It does have crit damage. We don't need crit rate. I'm going to try a few more. All right, last one. 200 points. All right, I think I'm just going to take off the charms here. And I'm going to do a few more. $500 points, big one. That's too bad. That could have been great. Even flat attack would have been great. That's really bad. But potentially you could... We have not had much luck. All right. I'm going to try something. I'm going to see something. I've never done this on a takeover before, but I'm going to try something here. Let's just see if we can find... All right. All right, let's try one more. Triple roll me. Nope. Is it worth a 6-star legendary on this for a double roll? Probably not. Darn it. That's so frustrating. Okay, let's just try. We're gonna run out of silver, so I'm gonna have to make some space here at some point. But let's just go ahead and check these. That's a nice piece. That could work. And now we need a chest. And the speed set that has speed on it. Hmm. I'm not really sure about this, but I'm trying to find trying to find a way to get more damage out of him. And maybe we need but basically 220 speed we're going to go for. See if we roll in a crit rate here. We need 12% crit rate. Oh, wow. That's 10 right there. Crit rate. Crit damage or speed? Actually gave us too much. Okay. I'm liking this build. So we'd lost a little bit of attack. We lost almost 300 attack, not quite 280 or so. We gained 13 speed and we still have place for glyphs. We dropped our crit rate a little bit, which is great because he only needs 70%. And we increased our crit damage by 60%, which is great. We did lose some accuracy there, but we can get some of that back. Now, this attack that we're missing, we're going to get it all back from this chess piece. That's an additional 26%. So you're talking about over 300 additional attack. So you're actually going to be ahead on attack. Okay. So we're going to have to go make some silver. So I want to remember this speed and then, yeah, okay. So now what we got to do is we got to be a little bit creative here. And let's see. Let's start here. And open that up. Okay, so we can sell those. Mm-hmm. Yep. All of those can go. Those are rolled, so. So basically, I'm getting rid of anything that's not attack based with crit damage on that set. I don't like flat stat boots. You don't really need them. I'm not going to get rid of any of your supersonics, but so okay, that's 18 pieces. That's some of that. All right. Also, let's now look for any holdover 4-star pieces. We're definitely selling the 4-star life pieces. Yeah, don't need that one. Don't need that one. Don't need that one. No, that one we can hold on to. That one we can hold on to. No. Yeah, we'll hold on to that one. We get about 1 million silver there. Okay. First of all, let's go ahead and roll this one up one more time. See where we land. Speed or crit damage would be good. Crit damage is excellent. Okay. Let's run this one up to 12. See what substat we get. Speed or accuracy would be good, or crit damage. It's okay. Okay. And then, so now we're at, so we need to pick up 10 more speed. That shouldn't be hard from glyphs. Let's look at the banner. Almost any banner would be good for him. I mean, we prefer attack, but accuracy is fine. Accuracy is fine. He benefits from accuracy. I might do this one because it has attack percentage and it has speed. So let's see if we can. Yeah, we get speed there, and that's going to solve our speed issue. And attack. Nice. Let's take it to 12. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. Now we need to make sure he's. Oh, we want. Yeah, we want a crit damage amulet. Accuracy is good. Go with the 6-star. Absolutely. Let's take it to 8 at least. Ooh, no. Whoops. Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do. Okay, we're going to try that on. I forgot about that. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll do a little cleanse here. So, okay. Let's go ahead and check primary stats. Oops. There we go. Okay, we can sell that. Yeah, we can sell that. Primary stats of attack in the amulet. We can sell these. Actually, you know what? I'll leave your 6 stars. I'll just sell the 5 stars. And I won't sell your specials. All right. Let's go back here and upgrade this to, let's take it to 12. Nice. Okay. So we're at 234 crit damage, 167 accuracy. We are up to, 3,200. So this is pretty good. And he's at 222 speed. We don't want him faster than Wukong, which right now he isn't. And he needs to be over 217, which he is. You can glyph more speed onto him. You could get more speed onto him in a bunch of ways, but this is where he needs to be. So Wukong is 231. And again, you can get a little bit more speed onto him if you get him in this, but you can't get a lot more speed onto him. So you always want Gembo at least say like 2 speed slower. But right now this is speed tuned. Sorry, I spent all your silver on this. Okay, so let's go crush some teams. Okay. So 153K, 169K. This is a little bit tricky. They've got 3 revivers, no damage dealers. Let's just auto it. See what happens. A1. Oh. All right. Didn't use the decreased defense for some reason. See if you can kill Elva. That works. Another one down. Watch this. Watch this turn meter decrease right now. Could have hit both of them. Oh no, it just hit. It hit. Yeah, it's not gonna hit both of them. Ultimate Death Knight is not really a major issue when you've got this much damage on your team. Look at Gembo, just chew him up. Oh, I love it. It's so much fun. Now it decreases her turn meter. Let's get a weaken out there. Oh, I love it. Doesn't matter how tanky the team is. Does not matter. Does not matter how tanky the team is. There's always a way to beat that team. Okay, here's another team. Look at this team. 209K. Right, with the Wukong lead. I'll take this off auto because auto gets a little bit sloppy with Wukong sometimes. Increase turn meter. Decrease turn meter. Drop defense. Let's go ahead and just do that so we can buff and ignore everybody's. Okay. Probably didn't want it. I probably overthought that. Right? Because Wukong could come back and be a pain in the butt. Let's do this. So cheeky. Turn meter fell. And kill Wukong. Let's see who else is on the board. Oh, this team's, we'll full auto this team. Clear the page. I think you're in gold 5 by the end of the week. In fact, you're going to pass my new versus pro. This is a better team than I have. Let's full auto this. This team's so freaking good. And it can get better. Like, this team isn't even in its final form yet. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this one. A little bit closer than I wanted it to be. Oh, now I got the stun out there. He's so tanky and hard to kill. And he gets all that turn meter fill. His counterattacks are brutal. Yeah, I don't think I have enough here. Oh well. That hurt. That really hurt. Eric's is just rough sometimes. Let's do this one. This will be interesting. Let's see if we're fast enough. I think we are. We are. So much fun. There's an easy win. This one should be an easy win. This I'm worried about. That Mashallah is an issue. And I've got a fear on me. There we go. All right, this should hurt. There we go. All right. That was a little tricky. We could go for a while. This is gold 5. And the great thing about this, when you're thinking about like clan boss, dungeons, all that stuff, is this is Great Hall. Right? This is going to pump your Great Hall from 2 wins per fight to 4 wins per fight. So double 4 wins. 2 medals per win. 2 wins per fight. 2 medals per win versus 4 medals per win. So you're doubling your number of medals per win. Plus, like, you're talking about a very high win rate, and you're talking about the ability to fight a lot of fights, right? So, like, quickly too, because it's a go first team. It basically wins or loses really quickly. And when you win in like, 10 seconds. So you're going to want to play more arena. You're going to want to do that. And that's just going to help you, build up that great haul. You can get into live arena now. You can go into live arena and start doing live arena. You're floating down here at bronze 1. This team alone, like obviously you need to have some other options. But if we just talk about your live arena for a second. So here's a good live arena team. You pick Arbiter. You don't have to pick her first. You can pick her wherever. Usually you pick your damage dealers first. So you pick your Arbiter, your Wukong, and your Deacon. They've got to give you 2 of those 3. Right? So where's your Deacon? So that means you're guaranteed to have at least 1 turn meter fill and at least 1 speed aura, right? A high speed aura, either 28% or 30%. So 30% for Arbiter, 28% for Wukong. Now, a lot of Arbiters get banned, so you're probably going to get that banned. But here's the nice thing. You are still speed tuned. Because if Arbiter goes, who's your second fastest champion? Deacon. Who's your third fastest champion? Wukong. Who's your fourth fastest champion? Genbo. And they're all speed tuned. So what I would probably do in that case is bring in another champion who gives you something that you like that maybe, Arbiter lacks. You could bring in a really fast Seeker. That's an increased attack and a speed boost. It's the same 30% turn meter fill. You have 2 nukers. You have Wukong and Genbo. So you're guaranteed to get at least 1 nuker. Now, maybe Wukong's not quite full nuke, right? He's half nuke. He's only 170% crit damage or so. He's not really all the way there. You can get more crit damage out of him. Remember that, right? So, but 190% crit damage is not really a full nuke. So you could bring in your Herndig, speed tune him to the same place, get him to 218 speed, at least 218 speed. And now you've got another opportunity for decreased defense. You've got another opportunity for, an AoE. He's really flexible. He's got some really interesting options. You could bring in Genbo. She's got an AoE weaken. She hits really hard. Again, speed tuner to the same place. Now, let's say they pull your Arbiter and you have 3 nukers. If you go first, if your Deacon is fast enough to go first, then you win. Now, here's the thing you could try, which is if you're going to use him in live arena, go back and get him faster, right? We already know that there's speed on this banner that can get him faster. If you can find ways to get into, triple rolls anywhere, double roll here on the helmet, double roll here on the shield. If you can find ways to do that and not kill your accuracy, get him from 249, get him as close to Arbiter as you can without actually diminishing her gear. Get him to 285, get him to 290. Because now if they ban your Arbiter, you still got a super fast speed lead in Deacon Armstrong. Now, that would stay speed tuned for regular classic arena. They would no longer be speed tuned in live arena. That just wouldn't happen. But that's where your Seeker could come in. Could be that filler, or that's where you just you say, hey, all I need to do is go first, because if I have turn meter decrease and I can decrease the enemy's turn meter, maybe that's enough. So live arena is going to become more fun. I would definitely build 3 nukers for live arena. I would build Kaimar for live arena. So your nukers other than Genbo, just for flexibility's sake, you could definitely think of Foley, because he's a great counter because he's a block revive champ. So that would be probably the second one I would go for. So Genbo and Foley for live arena. Astralon is also a great counter for Duchess and Candrafon, because he has a skill that allows him to, where is it? Removes all buffs from targets under Veil or Perfect Veil buffs, then places a weaken buff on all enemies who have their Veil or Perfect Veil removed, then attacks all enemies. So he can actually remove those buffs from Candrafon or from a team that Duchess has been, done that with. Now, again, Kaimar is also the buff strip champion, so you don't necessarily need Astralon, but that's an option. Herndig is a great choice. Ninja is a great choice. Everybody's bringing something different. Build Sify for live arena. You've got crazy good live arena champs. You've got Rio Bonesberg, Chigurh, both of them play. You've got Valkyrie, she plays. You have a crazy roster. For the limited number of champions that you have great live arena champions. You know, you can absolutely build like half a dozen teams. If you wanted to focus on live arena, you would be in like Silver 3 in no time, right? And you'd be building up that not the Great Hall just by itself, but the area bonuses. Like you'd be building this. And this is where you can go to the Demon Lord and be like, give me some more, accuracy. Give me some more crit damage. Give me some more ignore defense. Give me some more defense of my own. You can extend the life of your team. You can get, more damage out of that. Or if you wanted to, go into dungeons and you're like, okay, I'm struggling with Spider or I'm struggling with Fire Knight, you can go and get speed. You can get accuracy there. And the first bunch of look at how much accuracy you get, early on these dungeons. You get, like 8 per. That's a lot, Even the speed is not bad. You get 2 per, so if you want more speed in the dungeons, I wouldn't mess around with the speed in the Demon Lord battles, leave that alone for a while, unless you know that you're going to be okay speed tuning. But that may help you get your 1 key Ultra Nightmare. It may help you, just free up that extra key per day. But yeah, so, early on, you were like, where to focus next. You're doing great on Clan Boss. You're doing absolutely wonderfully on Clan Boss. So I don't think you need to worry too much about Clan Boss, right? Like, what did we just see? It was a 2 key Ultra Nightmare, I believe, right? There you are, right? Anzac Karn, 86 million. So a little bit of ignore defense, a little bit of maybe accuracy or crit damage there might help you just make sure that, you still get that Ultra Nightmare 2 key when Fane isn't strong affinity, because she's strong affinity here. So potentially she could lose 4 or 5 million damage again when she's weak affinity. And maybe you have to 3 key weak affinity. But if you put those area stats into Clan Boss, and help everybody do more damage there, maybe you won't have to worry about that. You're pretty far from a 1 key on this, I guess. So that's not really going to happen, but you could secure that 2 key in all affinities. And then, get help in dungeon stuff. As far as dungeons are concerned, the Fire Knight's a really good place to focus, especially right now. I would say, push to 25 just to farm it. You could try pushing into hard modes if you can get to 25. Let's check out your team here. That's an interesting team. That's an interesting team. Again, this is a place where some of your arena champions can really help. Like Kaimar can be great. This is not your team. Where's your team? Is it this? No, it's not that team. Fire Knight. Here. Fire Knight 20. Oh, it's a Kaimar reset team? Gotcha. How fast is this on 20? Let's go check it out. It might be faster than my team. Now you get the reset. Plenty of buffs to steal. So she'll kill that wave. Wow, he's a little tankier than expected. Ooh, that was close. Nope. Yeah, it was the ally attack on the second wave. Is this team going to come back around and win it? Unfortunately, the Allures did. Now they're all going to die again. Okay, well, Allure didn't die, and that's the key. If we can get around to that. I don't want to waste your energy here. There we got some turn meter decrease. You don't have a slow on this team, I don't think. they might save it. They might save it. Yeah, I think maybe the AI wasn't set up the right way, because you probably don't want to use the ally attack on the second wave. In fact, you don't really need that buff. Like, you need the ally attack more for breaking the shield than anything else. Not too bad. Okay, so now let's see. The ally attack should be back around. There we go. Allure's at the bottom of the turn order, so she gets a little turn meter decrease. Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, you clear the waves really quickly, but you lose speed on the boss because you don't have a major damage dealer other than Seer. It's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, let's see. So what I might do for like a is there a team here I can get rid of? Can I get rid of this? This is Arbiter team. Is that okay if I get rid of that team? What I might do here is, let's see. Okay. All right. So the first thing I'd bring in is your new Deacon. He's going to get you a drop defense on the waves, which is really nice. There are a few options here. There are definitely some good options here. I actually, you know what? I gotta look at Riho because I don't have her, and I need to know exactly what she does right now. Yeah, okay. But let me see. There's oh, nice. You've got Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn's going to be perfect for this. So eventually you're gonna move Gwendolyn into this team. I mean, of course you would. Oh, you need a faster Sill of the Drakes, that's for sure. That Sill could be so good. That's rough. You don't have a good, like, I would build Vizix fast. I would build her really fast and get her accurate. Yeah, Gwyn's your next 6-star. That makes sense. Yeah. So you don't really have enough, and we have no more silver to rebuild anybody. So right now, I think. Ooh. All right, so we're gonna do this without a slow. We're gonna do this without a slow. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, this is tricky. All right, so we're definitely going to bring in a cold heart. We need wave clear. That's the trickiness. We need wave clear, and I don't know exactly where to get it. I'm almost tempted to keep your team and just tweak it a little bit. Yeah, so the question is, should I just, because you could tweak it and just go. No, I think I'm going to go for a different option. Okay. So we would probably do. I need speed. That's unfortunate. All right. maybe. Might work. See how it does. It should work on stage 20, but the question is, how long does it take? So obviously not clearing the waves as fast, but it's not a slow clear. I mean, if you get through a wave in like 40 seconds, it's decent. You know, you could potentially get this down around 2 minutes, maybe a little bit faster. I mean, I think the issue here is, like, I opted for freezing the waves because I know that we can't one-shot them. So it might not be better. It might be more successful. Like, it's not going to be faster, but it might be a higher success rate, you know, especially as you climb up past 20. So this might take you all the way to 25. There might be some RNG involved because of Cold Heart. Honestly, I like the idea of Skull Crown in a stun set with accuracy and Ferric in the Fat. And so you could land her weaken on the AoE and just use her for, you know, crowd control and damage. You know, obviously she's not great against the boss, but you don't, it's, the boss is like the easiest part of this, you know, like to some extent. If you set up the team the right way, it's not super hard to control the boss. The trick of Fire Knight is to find a team that works for the waves, because the waves are hard, and works for the boss. And usually you can find one or the other. Like, your comp worked really well on the waves, but struggled with the boss a little bit. And like, it's not far from working really well. You know, it's probably a matter of speed more than anything else. But also you don't have any specific boss killer. You know, so like, this team obviously is not getting in any trouble, but they're also not going that fast. It's going to probably be, you know, about the same amount of time that we just did on your team. I do think, you know, this team is more likely to be able to get you to stage 25. We could definitely pull Cold Heart out of this. Like, she doesn't have to be there. She's there primarily for the turn meter decrease. You know, Maneater's another one that's got 100% turn meter decrease on a 4-turn cooldown, I think. So you could use him. So yeah, 309, not fast, you know. But, you know, here's the question. Does it work here? Does it work on 24? It will work on 25. Right? It'll crush 25. The question is, does it get past 24? You know, but it will absolutely crush 25. Yeah, you could put Vizix in place of Cold Heart. Obviously, that would, you know, takes away some damage as well. I mean, the champion to bring in here is Newt if you had Newt, but you don't. So, you know, the other Foley's, ooh, that blew us up there. So being weak affinity here is a problem because now Ninja doesn't land his freeze. you know, so I mean, there are things we can do with this. We could do it'd be kind of interesting. No heals anymore except for the leech. You know, we could do this. You get a triple hitter on the A1. You get 100% turn meter reduction on the wave. Yeah, I feel like, you know, Artak and I mean, Harima is another great arena nuker. You have so many great arena nukers. Shemnath is a great arena nuker. Artak is a guy who does waves, you know, so he helps in waves. He's definitely going to help you in Spider. So he would be another one, you know, after Gwendolyn, I'd think about running up to 6 stars. What about yeah, Spider 20 days covered, but he does such good work, he'll speed it up for you. And does great in all sorts of wave-based content. Spider 20, you have 13-second team. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think, you know, I think there are options here, but the biggest thing for you for Fire Knight, and this is actually true for your roster. You have a very strong roster. And I think, you know, one of the things that we said, you know what? No, we didn't take anything from a cold heart. Okay. We need to get boots back on her. There you go. All right. So I think that the thing that's true for your roster here is the same thing that happens a lot of times when I do takeovers, which is you've got great champions, but your champions aren't built optimally. And they're not built poorly. I'm not saying that you don't know how to build champions, but I think to a certain extent, it's a matter of focus. When you have so many great champions, you can get distracted by this one and that one, building this one here and that one there. And I look at like the overall speeds on your account, and your speeds haven't progressed with your roster. You know, when you're running a Septimus at 157 in the early game, that's fine. But once you get to mid game, 157 is a very slow speed for anybody on your roster. where you are in the game, trying to clear stages 20 to 25 in dungeons, trying to get to Gold Arena, trying to probably, clear, like get into a hard Doom Tower. Let's go look at that. Let's see how far you are in Doom Tower. Like you should be crushing Doom Tower normal. You should clear Doom Tower normal like that. On my noob versus pro, I clear Doom Tower normal now. So does Sun. Right. And we both, like, he did his, I think, in the fourth rotation. I did mine in the fifth rotation, or maybe it was third and fourth rotation. I mean, maybe you're already crushing this. You're just not that invested in it. I don't know. But this is a great place to get resources. And in hard mode, you should be cruising up hard mode. You should be getting up to probably floors 70 through 90, somewhere there. Like, would be pretty comfortable for where you are in terms of, your account, your roster, whatever. But you should be looking to clear Doom Tower hard. And well, yeah, so that's great. I mean, this is the thing. Like, you have the champions. Now you need to really, focus on building them the right way. And the thing I'm always saying is, build your champions for like a single purpose. Like, eventually, when you get to the late game and you have all this god tier gear, you can start to really build them for multiple purposes. But, focus on a primary purpose for each champion, and bring a champion whenever you level a 6-star, and whenever you maximize that 6-star, think about what they bring to your overall roster in terms of like a toolkit. What tools are they adding to your toolkit? So, like, I'm looking at this entire roster and I'm picking out Tyrant. Like, Tyrant adds something cool to your roster. Like, and you've done that. I mean, you have champions that have added additional things to your roster, but I'm also looking at him and I'm like, how well is he built? 4K defense, nice, 188 speed, not bad, 272 accuracy, pretty good. This is actually one of the better built champions on your account. You could obviously get a little bit more out of him if you could get him out of these boots, out of this stalwart set of boots, and into some better boots, that matched your set. Either get another immortal set or get get a divine speed set, and then swap this piece out. Start to get those stats out of, the other parts. Like, can you get them into regeneration? And then the other thing is that speed is the universal multiplier. Speed makes everybody better. Everybody gets better with speed. And that's especially true for PvE. Like, we just speed tuned a PvP team. But you can build non-fast PvP teams. There are tons of good teams that aren't that fast in PvP. But in PvE, speed is part of the deal. You just can't let the fights go too long sometimes, especially as you get up into like hard Doom Tower and stuff, because you get floors where you've got double Siphies or triple Siphies, and it's, you've got floors where you've got double Mortu Macabres. You need to kill them before they get a chance to go. Or else you just fail. So, the bosses up there, you need to run teams at like 250 speed and above. Now, you can do that with turn meter fill. You can do that with your Arbiter. You can do that with your Deacon. You can do that with your Apothecary. You can do it with a whole bunch of other turn meter fillers. Even your Siphi, you need to run her fast. Like, she's running okay at 235. But as you progress, every single month you're in the game, at least 2 of your champions that you use in your roster should get faster. Like, pick 2 champions and push their speeds, and try to make sure they're not losing out on accuracy or crit damage or whatever it is that they're also doing. Just get them faster. Foley, right? 100% crit rate, 160, let's call it 160 crit damage. Not bad, right? But needs more crit damage and needs more speed. And if I'm looking at this set of gear, right, you don't have a single set. You don't have a single set bonus, which is not necessarily the worst thing in the world, but that means there's a place to go out and find stats, right? So I'm like, okay, crit rate here, maybe we can get, what about just completing, one of these sets? Just get them in. Let's see if you have lifesteal boots that are any good. All right, so you've got speed boots here with crit damage. And you've got attack percent boots, right? So you could get him, like, obviously that would slow him down because he's in speed boots. But so that's an option, you know? Not that I think Lifesteal is a great set for an arena nuker, you know, but here's a better piece. So just start thinking about champions that you've built. Maybe you don't need Foley. If you don't need him, that's fine. You know, put him in the vault, let him sit there, let him be part of your faction crypts team. Think about a champion you do use everywhere. You know, Bad Alcazar, you probably use everywhere. Good accuracy. You know, decent defense, pretty good HP. Nicely built with sets. You've got all these glyphs that could still be done. All these glyphs, some of these glyphs, right? And some of these glyphs are old. Like, this is a nice chess piece, but it's got a +1 speed glyph on it. And it's a double roll 6-star HP percentage. Like, this should have a 4-star glyph on it. It should have a +4. You know, or if you need to push his speeds, it could have a +8 on it if you wanted to drop a 6-star glyph on this, you know? So if you wrecked builds getting your unkillable team up to speed, that's fine. But everybody needs to get faster. Where you are in the game right now, I would say your slowest champions that you use, like not for faction crypts, but your slowest champions that you use in your regular roster, in dungeons, in arena, in clan boss, in wherever, should be running at least at 180. That should be your slowest champions. And really highly valuable champions should be running 220 plus. Damage dealers included. You know, now when I say should be, I don't mean like today. Like, you can't. But what I'm saying is the goal over the coming weeks, in terms of when you get silver and you're going to start to rebuild champions, think about that. Think about speed as a landing point. It's as important as 100% crit rate. Like, if you're building a damage dealer, you don't build them with 85% crit rate unless, you know, they're whatever. But it's like you build them to 100% crit rate. Then you worry about crit damage. Then you worry about whatever else. But the other stat you should be worrying about is speed. Like, those two should be like your anchor points. Like, okay, I need my arena nuker. I need my Genbo speed tuned. He had to be at 218 speed. He had to be there. That was like a fact of the universe. He had to be at 218 speed or higher. He also needed 70% crit rate or higher. Had to be, you know, and without either one of those things doesn't work. If he is not speed tuned, I'm going to get cut and I'm going to lose fights. If he doesn't have 70% crit rate, he's not going to nuke out the enemy team and I'm going to lose fights. So why build him if I don't have him at 70% and at least speed tuned at 218, right? Otherwise, I'd be better off just not building that kind of team, not going in that content. So this is like, you know, this is what you want to do. You want to really, I mean, such a good roster. You haven't wasted any 6-stars, by the way. Even like probably some of your lesser used champions like Grush, maybe Mausoleum Mage, probably Sepulchre Sentinel. You know, there are a few of these champions, maybe Narma, that you don't use that often. And maybe there are other, you know, Rich Off the Bolt. Maybe they get used in faction crypts and they get used in one or two other places. But you probably don't use these champions that often. I would think about like these champions, if they aren't critical, if they're not used in a lot of places, leave them low on the list. They don't need to be rebuilt. You could even strip gear off of them. You know, here you got some nice 6-star speed boots with, I'm sorry, these are defense, never mind. But this, how is this champion running so fast? Okay, so you got speed and accuracy on a chest plate here, you know, on a champion who may not need to be running that fast. Sepulchre Sentinel is not a bad champion, by the way, but not in your clan boss team anymore. So some of this gear that is floating around on other champions could be repurposed onto the champions that are top priorities, you know. And then just pick one or two champions every month to build or rebuild. You know, rather than running up another 6-star and another 6-star and another 6-star and trying to find gear for them, like get the maximum out of the champions that you have right now. Sify should be running faster. Right? She's running at 235. Not bad. It's not bad. Get her out of this. Just get her out of this. What, like, you put her in another, like, look at 21 speed. 21 speed right there. Could you put all this gear on Syl? Yeah, sure. This is good Syl gear for the most part. Oh, the Sentinel gear. Yeah, I mean, again, you have broken set pieces here, and if they're good set pieces, like this is, that's a quad speed roll on a Savage helmet with crit rate, attack, and HP. That's crazy good. That's crazy good. I don't even know who that goes on. Damage dealer. Goes on a damage dealer somewhere. I don't like breaking up Relentless sets. Find a champion you want in Relentless and get a good Relentless set on them. I like Scylla the Drakes in this this set better. This stuff, but I would say, pull, like, get the other perception piece. That'll get you more speed and more accuracy, which is important. You don't need the crit rate here. She's running 75% crit rate. You don't need any crit rate or crit damage on her. You need accuracy on her. You need tankiness on her, But who was I just talking about? Oh, Sify. Like, when I look at this build, I'm like, what do you need on Sify? Speed. What else do you need on her? Tankiness. Right? She doesn't need any accuracy because the sleep is not resistible, right? And that's the only debuff she places. I guess you need accuracy for your polymorph. But, so it's like, I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't see speed here. This is an attack based piece. Again, I think about our primary purpose. And I'm thinking, okay, speed and defensiveness. So I go here and, you've got an odd piece out and you could put a speed piece in. So I'm looking for speed, resistance, and HP. Defense. Right? So let's go with a 6-star. Like, let's go with speed and resistance. So this has got 6 speed. Right? These two have 5 speed. This has 6 speed. Let's just see if we roll into speed at all. Or resistance would be okay. Yeah. But, if I equip this, you gain 22 speed. What do you lose? Right? If you take this up to 6 stars, you're not going to lose much on defense. You are going to lose this 10% defense, right? Because we haven't rolled into that, but you're going to pick up the resistance instead. So that's just, you've already got 282 resistance on her. So get her more resistance. Okay, great. You're close to a really good resistance build. 22 speed on her is huge, and you're going to have close to the same defense. You lose a little bit of HP, but that's, or maybe you go and try, like, you want more tankiness on her. You're like, I want her more survivable. I want more resistance. And then, come down to one of the other sets. I mean, Immortal's good on her. Divine Life is fine. You got speed here. Resilience is really good. You can think about some of the other sets that you have. But my point is, I always try to identify 1 or 2 stats. And it's almost speed and one other stat. It's speed and accuracy. It's speed and crit damage or crit rate. Those are the things. And then usually there's like a third stat that I get if I have a luxury too. So it's crit damage or it's HP percentage or it's defense percentage or whatever. And just simplify what you're looking for. And don't worry about like optimal, right? Like, don't worry about like, well, what if I have this and what if I in this fight and I need to optimize, or like just the main role, build them fast and build them for whatever they do. And then you'll start to find champions that are more and more effective. Like in this particular case, Ninja, basically good stats, 215, good accuracy. But again, I'm like, you have half a cruel set, obviously for the crit rate. Then you got a life, a life piece, which has got good substats. But it's like it's a wonky build. So he's not bad, but this should be a temporary state. This should be something that you build him for, you know, for the short term, not the long term. So what you might want to do here is look, let's say, okay, let's say we just need crit rate. I'm always worried about substats. Like I'm always worried about crit rate. And then what we want to try to do is we want to try to find cruel. All right. So that loses 5% crit rate, unfortunately. But maybe we would do this. Maybe we try this on. Where did that just go? What's the other option? I guess we could do perception or speed, right? Here's an attack set. Grade this to 8. Let's see if we hit crit rate once. We hit it twice. So now you've got that. All right. Okay. Now we go and find a weapon. Take it off of somebody you're not using that much. Or what did we have? What's the glove? Crit damage. No, that's the piece. Okay. Can't give away too much crit rate on that cruel piece. All right. So all I did here was got you a little, like just swapped a few pieces, swap 3 of these pieces. And this is the way I kind of think of a gear rebuild. Like, and this is just experimental, right? We don't even know if we're going to land here. But we've got boots. Now these boots will go up to 40 speed. So we're going to get an additional 14 speed there, right? And now we've got 2 things that are unglyphed. I didn't have any speed on this chest piece, which is a little bit disappointing. This may roll speed. It may roll crit rate. It may roll accuracy, whatever. But we can glyph that. So we've got 2 glyphs here, plus the 14. What did we say? 14 speed. At 206. So we'll get back to the 215 speed, which is actually not, you know, we're talking about getting to 220. We might be able to get to 220. Let's just look at that banner for a second. Yeah, single speed roll there. So, it might be worth looking at these other options, seeing if you can, use those. I don't know. But anyway, so by switching the sets, you now have 600 more attack. These aren't even rolled. This is an attack percent chess piece. I think you had HP percent or whatever. But you can upgrade this again. You might get, we have more accuracy. We're more likely to land our HP burns and our freezes. We've got ignore defense, 5% ignore defense. And so we've given away a little bit of HP. We've given away a little bit of defense. Not a ton, but a little bit. But we've gotten the stats that we need. We gave away a little bit of crit damage, which I wish we didn't, but you might roll into it. And I think the offset with the attack might be in your favor, plus the accuracy. So you're like, okay, so this is like a more efficient build because you're getting more stats out of the same pieces, basically. It's not a huge upgrade, but this might be worth a 5 million silver investment to swap this out and get a little bit more out of Ninja. Maybe not. Like I said, it's speculative a little bit. Maybe we have to wait on a piece. Maybe we need a chest plate that's attack percentage that has, let's see. So we're looking for attack percentage with substats of speed and crit rate. And heck, accuracy. Maybe we're looking for a piece like that, Maybe we want to get out of, maybe we want to try this on. Okay, let's try that on. Right. And then maybe we want to say, do we also have a shield? That gives us what we need. You're like, oh, that would give us a lot more attack, get our speed back, actually make us faster. But unfortunately, here we've given away crit rate. We can't do that. So my point is you keep messing around, you keep trying out the different combinations, the combinations of gear sets. I want to see what Savage looks like. I want to see what, we haven't even really tapped your Savage gear at all. So, there's the event going on right now, so like substats, crit rate. This is what's important. Okay, that's not bad. Maybe I want to try a rebuild with Savage. Maybe I don't want Savage on Ninja. Maybe I want Savage on, one of my other damage deals. Maybe I want it on Septimus. Maybe I want it on, Herndig. Maybe I want it on Foley. Maybe I want it on Gembo. Maybe I want it on Seer. You already have Savage on Seer. So yeah. I'm always looking, remember that when we do the stats versus sets thing, that anytime you trade away a stat based set, you have to get more in return or it's not worth it. Right. So that's something to consider. Here we have two broken pieces and they give you crit rate and crit damage here. And this gives you a lot of crit rate and crit damage. So that's necessary. Right. But you've traded away stats to do it. Now, if you can find, and in some cases, you just have to do that. That's just the way it works. That's fine. But when I look around and I see that on every single champion, I'm like, well, there are probably some champions that we could put back into different sets and get set bonuses. 12 speed from a speed set is like two substat rolls, right? So it's roughly 12 speed. So when I have a broken set like this, when I'm looking at this, unless this piece gives me more than 12 speed and all some other stats, then this is a piece that is probably suboptimal. So I just go and I say, okay, let's go ahead and think, it even doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. You just look at the speed and you're just plug in any of them and you're going to get more speed. 21 speed, 21 speed, 16 speed, 21 speed, 31 speed, 16 speed, 21 speed. Now you're losing other stats here, you can see, but it really, these are, this piece gets you 16 speed without a speed substat. It also gets you, resistance, which is good on her. It's yeah, you're losing something, but this isn't rolled up. This is a level 1 piece versus 16, you know? So it's like, yeah, I could upgrade this. And it's like, what if I found something that was even marginally decent for her, like this one? Like we said, you know, 32 resist, 22 speed. And what are you trading away? Very, very little. So, you know, so when you're building those champions, as always, you know, focus on just like 3 stats. Have a primary stat, then have speed, and then have a tertiary stat, and order them that way. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes speed is the most important. Sometimes speed is the second most important. It's very rarely the third most important. And when you're going for gear, you know, go for gear with intent, like an intent in mind. When you come in here and you come into Fire Knight's Castle and you start farming stage 20 or 24 or 25, whatever you get to, right? You're like, I'm looking for savage gear. I'm looking for crit damage gear. I'm looking for regen gear. I could be looking for stun gear. I could be looking for shield gear. But for each of those, I want to have a particular thing in mind. Shield gear, I want speed and HP percentage. Crit damage, I want speed, crit rate, speed and crit rate, basically, and then crit damage. For regen, I want speed and HP percentage and maybe resistance. For stun sets, I want speed. That's all you need on the stun set. It could be any stat, basically. But typically defensive stats, you know, so HP percentage, resistance, sometimes accuracy. Savage set, you have to have crit rate. You want crit damage, you know? So when I get a piece of gear, like if it's a piece of savage gear and it doesn't have crit rate on it, there's very little chance I'm taking it unless it's a speed boot or a crit damage gauntlet, or it just has like such good other stats. Like if it doesn't have crit rate, but it has speed, let's say attack percentage, crit damage, and accuracy or something, and it's a legendary 6-star. I'm like, all right, I'll roll it up just in case. But typically I don't like to get myself caught in that trap. I want to just say savage needs crit rate, crit damage needs crit rate, regen needs HP, you know, like, or defense percentage. And that helps me focus my attention on specific pieces of gear, but that also helps me then know, like, identify when I've pulled the gear that I have a champion I can put it on. So I very rarely pull a piece of gear and think, oh, I don't know who this would go on. Right? I pull a piece of gear and I either think I know exactly who this is going on, or I'm chucking it for silver because I don't have enough silver to roll everything that I get. Five mystery shards. Pretty cool. All right, that is it. Server reset is coming up. I don't even know if I did all of my quests, but I am done for the day. So 2 long takeovers today. Sorry, folks, that I didn't get to more. We'll keep doing them. Don't worry. We'll come back around. And like I said, everybody's been reset for the year. So no need to worry about the 90-day restrictions anymore, except for Flamingo and Tommy here. So do you have any questions before we go, Tommy? I want to make sure I've done at least my advanced quests. Nope. Your next 6-star? I think you've got good options. I think Gwendolyn could be a great choice. However, you know, usually what I would say is, what do you need that you don't currently have? And I don't know that Gwendolyn gives you anything that you really have a huge need for. The debuff extension is nice. The AoE decrease speed and leech is really nice. Like, this is a great champion, and it may just be better than your replacement. You know, like, it may just be that that's the best choice. Obviously, you have Inithway, you have Tormund. Both of them are sitting here. They're fantastic choices. You also have White and Dryad Naya. She's great. I think because you have the allure, like, you could maybe get away without bringing the Vizix, but Vizix brings an AoE slow as well, which you could use that. You definitely need, like, if we go and we look at the slows on your team, you don't currently have a consistent slow champion built for it. Scylla Drakes is a single target. Royal Guard is random. So your 2 slow champions, or your 3 slow champions, actually, are Gwendolyn, White Triad Naya, and Vizix. So I think I'd probably pick one of those 3. I don't know where you need the help in other places. Both of these champions, Vizix and Gwendolyn, will both help you in Fire Knight. Let's see how many books you have. You have no books. So is Vizix semi-booked? Is she like partially booked? No. And how many books does she need? 9, 10. She needs 10 books. And what does Gwendolyn need? 12 books. I know Gwendolyn's more exciting than Vizix. So if you wanted to 6-star Gwendolyn, I don't think it's a bad choice. You could get a cheaper AoE slow out of White Triad. The problem is it's not 100%. Whereas Vizix is Gwendolyn's 100%? I think it is, right? Yeah, it's 100% when booked on a 3-turn cooldown. I think that's the same. Vizix is 100% on a 3-turn cooldown. And she's Void Affinity, so she won't weak hit. Yeah. I mean, the more time goes by, the more I value Vizix. She's great against Dark Fae. She's amazing against so many bosses. She's awesome against wave content. She's good against Hydra. There really isn't, like, when I see level 50 Vizixes on rosters, I get sad. I'm like, oh man, I wish somebody would, everybody would build her because she's that good. Let me just do this thing. We got like 2 minutes left. Yeah. You hate Dark Fae? Yeah. So she's definitely worth a consideration if you struggle with Dark Fae. If you pair up, you've got a great Dark Fae team, by the way. If you use the arena team that we just built, but you swap in swap out Wukong, swap in Allure and Vizix. So you get 1 extra, right? So put in Allure, put in Vizix. You've got Deacon, Arbiter, Vizix, Allure, and Genbo. That solves your problem. You're done with Dark Fae. Just don't build Vizix overly tanky. You need your Genbo to kill her off, but he will. He hits hard. So, all right. So that is it for me. Thank you so much, Tommy. I hope you found this helpful and informative. I hope the rest of you found this helpful and informative. I was on a different pace today. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is. It's the new year. Trying things out. But thanks for hanging out. So for this week, we will have a Thursday stream. And sometimes on Thursdays, we give away Tuesday streams. Like we give away Tuesday takeovers. I don't know. So you may want to check that out. And then we have some special things coming up in the next couple of weeks. So definitely hit the like button for this stream if you please would. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Hang out in the Discord community. We have some exciting things happening in the Discord community right now. So, and it will be getting better over the coming month. Anyway, it's been good hanging out with y'all. You want to say goodbye to the people, son?
Happy New Year's. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Take care. Stay safe out there. And we'll see you again soon.
There you go. Stay safe. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.